still a bit morning, or are you a bit more excitable? Still the morning, that's fine. Hi everyone, so my name is Whiskers, or Sam, if you prefer to call me by my formal name. I am the director and founder of Music Leeds and the Launchpad programme, and it's my pleasure to help put this event together with Sean, who founded the Yorkshire Music Convention 5 years ago, or 5 years ago. Yeah, so thank you very, very much for coming. Apologies for looking at my phone, I've got lots of details I need to make sure I share with you before we kick off today. So we're not expecting any fire alarms or anything like that today, and do take note of where the fire escape signs are. But yeah, we're really excited to bring this day to you. You know, it feels, I won't kind of overly go on about the last couple of years and 18 months, but it's great to have everyone in a room together and to be able to hear some really inspiring talks and discussions about building careers or growing careers in the music industry. So we've got for you today, we're going to kick off with an introduction from our experts that represent different music industry, local and national music industry organisations. And then we've got 3 panels for you, panel discussions, one from the perspective of new and emerging artists based in Yorkshire, a panel of new and emerging and established music businesses and freelancers in the region. And then later on, we're going to have a panel discussing the challenges that the industry faces right now with things like the recovery from COVID, like Brexit, but also the advantages that new technologies are showing to the industry, so to be able to push on. And then finally, we have an in conversation with Nick Hodgson, the original drummer from Kaiser Chiefs, who's worked with people like Mick Ronson and Duran Duran and Shirley Bassey. And then after that, we have some networking drinks courtesy of the BPI. You will be entitled to some free drinks, or a free drink at least, with a token that we will be giving out at the end of the event. So do make sure as you leave later on today, you redeem, you collect that token from one of our team. And then if you're up for staying around till this evening, we have our Yorkshire Music Forum showcase with 3 Launchpad supported artists. Faux Pas from York, Fuzz Lightyear based in Leeds, and Pleasure Centre from Scarborough. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to our experts. So these experts are going to be available for one-to-one meetings during the first part of today. That's going to take place down in the bar. Now, you should all have, this is where the technology, see if the technology works. You should all have received an email in the last 5 minutes with a link to be able to book those slots. If you haven't, there is going to be a link on screen in a minute, and that will enable you to book with each of the 6, one-to-one meeting with each of the 6 individuals. Please feel free to book the slots that you feel is going to be of most benefit to you once you've heard from them. But do be appreciative of other people. Try, if you try not to sort of swarm the experts as well. So be respectful of others. Don't book more slots than you need, so everyone has a fair chance of doing them. So first of all, I would like to introduce our first expert, which is Tony Herrera, who's going to be talking about Launchpad and Come Play With Me.
Thank you, Whiskers. Hi, everyone. I'm never really comfortable with that expert moniker. Most of you, well, many of you know me. My name's Tony Herrera. I run Come Play With Me, which is a not-for-profit record label, development organisation and magazine promoter, and we do clinics every couple of weeks in conjunction with Launchpad. I also co-run Clue Records, and I teach at Leeds Conservatoire. So I'm here today to talk about Launchpad. Excuse me while I read my notes. So Launchpad exists to support the music sector widely across all of Yorkshire. Everyone can get access from it just by hooking up with the advice portal on the website. It has a list of current opportunities, jobs and events in the region, and it is trying to cover the whole of the Yorkshire region. There's bookable advice drop-ins I mentioned that we run with Come Play With Me, and you can speak to one of the team there. Launchpad runs 2 open call-outs every year, from which both artists and emerging music professionals, and by that we mean anybody who's looking to set up any kind of business within music. That could be a label, that could be a promoter, that could be anything you like, manager, whatever. So anyone, artists or emerging professionals, can receive one-to-one bespoke industry advice. There is some limited funding available for some projects. And there are some recording opportunities and some live opportunities. So we do festivals, events such as Live at Leeds, Long Division in Wakefield, and a couple of other festivals around the country. The second open call out for 2021 is actually open right now. So if you're keen and you're interested, it's open until Monday the 25th of October. It's about another week and a half, I guess. So anyone can apply at whatever stage you're at, as long as they're not as long as you're not receiving significant support from anybody else already. So whether, as I say, if you're an artist, a music business, Launchpad supported artists without a release before, and even artists who are at the stage of preparing their second or third album. So there probably is something in there for everybody. All artist submissions will be shared with industry professionals, and even those ones that we don't support directly, we'll often try to signpost you or push you towards a partner that we think will be able to support you. So if you want to find out any more, come along and have a chat with me or book one of the advice sessions. All the details are online. That's it from me. And I don't know who's coming on next.
Thanks, Tony. Round of applause for Tony. Next up, I'm going to introduce Simon Benger from Arts Council England.
Thanks, Whiskers. Hi, everyone. Nice to see everybody in person. It's been obviously such a long time, so it's great to be out and about again and seeing musicians. I'm Simon. I work for Arts Council England, and I'm a music relationship manager. So in my job, I help musicians and music organisations to access and understand Arts Council funding. Arts Council, just a little bit of detail, is, well, it's called by government the National Agency or Development Agency for Creativity and Culture, which sounds a little bit kind of obscure, but what that means is that we distribute funding for the cultural sector, and that obviously includes the music sector. So we look to support musicians and music organisations to do the things that they want to do, to the benefit of people in England. So that can include festivals, putting on festivals. It can be putting on gigs, tours. It can be writing new music, it can be commissioning new music, and it can be a whole range of other things. Today, what I want to talk to you about, if you want to have an advice session, is either of our two main funds for individual musicians or music organisations, and that is Developing Your Creative Practice, which is a fund for individuals, and that is to support you to take time out of your normal work to maybe develop that sort of area of your music, your creativity that you've not really had the time to do otherwise. We can support you with up to £10,000 to do that. The other one is National Lottery Project Grants, and that's our flagship program. It's a rolling program. It's open all year. You can apply any time for it, and we support people and organisations with grants of between £1,000 and £100,000. I'm not necessarily saying go ahead and just apply for 100 grand just off the top of your head, but equally, we can support you with what it is that you're wanting to do. We're really interested to know what musicians are up to, following what's been such a hard time with the pandemic, and we're really looking to support people to kind of get the industry going again properly. So if you're interested in either of those things, then come and chat to me. Thanks.
Thanks, Simon. Next up, I'd like to introduce Matt Wanstall from the Musicians Union.
Thanks. First of all, apologies to everybody that I'm not Jennifer Tate. So Jennifer's one of my team, but unfortunately isn't well, so can't be with us today. So I'm standing in for her. For anybody that hasn't heard of the Musicians Union, we've been around for approaching 130 years now. So we represent musicians and musicians only. When we say musicians, that basically means anybody producing musical content. And it doesn't just mean playing live. So for a long time, we've had this strapline, Keep Music Live, which is a key part of what we do. But equally, we represent kind of producers, composers, songwriters, those writing for film, music, and TV as well. So it's across the board. And in terms of those musicians, they could vary from one end of the spectrum. Perhaps we've got orchestral players. I've just come from a meeting about opera, so I have to put lots of different hats on in terms of the job I do. But we represent theatre musicians, music teachers, but most of our members are freelancers. So they're writing, recording, touring, across the industry, and that's everything from kind of drum and bass producers through to jazz drummers, indie drummers, metal guitarists, and pretty much everything else in between. So the MU provides a whole range of services to members. So you basically choose to join on an annual basis. We have lots of kind of promotions. I don't have any information with me, but if you go to themu.org online, you can find out more about us. So you have a student membership as well and special rates for kind of people joining. So a big part of what we do is things like contract advice, as well as things like insurances that lots of people join for. But contract advice, lots of career advice. So if you want to come and chat to me today, that's a lot of the kind of stuff that me and my team do on a day-to-day basis. So particularly in terms of the people that might typically be in this room, it might be to do with how your band's set up, looking at things such as partnership agreements, how do we split songwriting, how do we agree the rights in terms of recording, who owns them, all those kind of issues, down to kind of touring, contractual issues, you know, what do we do in terms of management agreements, all those kind of issues. There's a lot to get through in perhaps 15 minutes, but certainly open to any and all those conversations, because that's what we deal with on a daily basis, because we literally deal with musicians across the entirety of the music industry. So I reckon I can handle whatever you throw at me. Let's see if that's the case. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt. For our next expert coming to the stage, is Shad from Help Musicians UK.
Hey everyone, my name's Shad. I'm a program assistant at Help Musicians. And so my day-to-day involves answering creative inquiries about any opportunities that are there for musicians, and also supporting the creative team with administering grants for creative activities. Help Musicians is an independent charity providing meaningful support to musicians all across the UK, and we've been doing so for about 100 years now. Our creative program exists to support musicians without any financial barriers getting in the way. So we have a wide range of support that you're able to apply for. And we also recognize that people do need support in times of crisis, which is why we provide a range of support for personal and mental health issues that you may be facing. So in terms of creative support, some of the things we offer support for are support to develop your skills. So an example could be if you wanted to attend a Logic Pro course, or say learn from a mentor by going to a songwriting camp, you'd be able to apply for up to £1,500 to take on this bit of learning and development. You'd also be able to apply for support to record and release music. So you could cover the costs for, say, session musician fees, recording, and perhaps if you had a PR marketing campaign together to make sure that your music can get out to its audience. And lastly, we also offer support for musicians to work with creatives and professionals in another discipline. So in the past, we've had people work with musicians come together to work with, say, lighting directors, or with theatre makers, or even scientists, to get together and create a brand new piece of work. And they're able to apply for up to £5,000 to really bring this project to life. We recognize that throughout professional careers, it can be quite challenging, which is why we have a breadth of support available for our health and welfare side. And so we're able to offer support for a variety of personal issues. So we can offer support for people who may be struggling with debt, and we're able to provide support in that aspect. But we're also able to offer support for people with injuries and maybe any lingering health issues, as well as voice and hearing health. And even leading up, this is throughout your career, so it's from people who are emerging all the way through to retirement. We're able to offer financial support and guidance. We also recognize that when challenges do arise, it can have a really negative impact on your mental well-being, which is why we have a dedicated service called Music Minds Matter. And this is a service that's available for everyone in the music industry, not just musicians. And it's available all day, every day, and you're able to access mental health and well-being advice as and when you need it. There's a whole list of ways that we could support you, so I'm not going to list them all here. But just remember, we're always a phone call, email, or DM, or tweet away. And obviously, we'll be down here to speak to you later. So hoping to see you soon.
Thanks, Shad. Yeah, thanks a lot. And so our next speaker, our second to last expert, is Wes from the PRS Foundation.
Hello. Hi, I'm Wesley. I'm from PRS Foundation. PRS Foundation is the UK's leading charitable funder of new music and talent development. It was founded just over 20 years ago now by PRS for Music, but has since grown into its own beast. It's now today an independent charity funded by lots of different people. PRS for Music is still our main donor. We share an office with them, still work very closely, but it's important to note, as if you're an early career artist, you do not have to be a member of PRS to be able to apply for most of our funds. It's more the higher tier ones that you do. So we are a talent development fund, and by that we mean it's not so much based around community outcomes or audience development for particular things. It's really tailored to you as a music creator and composer. It's your development, whether that's creatively or professionally. Most of our funds are all based on project-based, meaning we need a start and end date, very clear outcomes of what you're going to do. All of it needs to be revolved around the creation or the performance of new music, so the direct costs of recording, mixing, mastering, or van hire, session musicians, all that sort of stuff is eligible. We have a lot of different grant schemes. I don't know if anyone's looked at our website before. That's a minefield, and it's very difficult to understand where to go and what to apply for. And it's really, really important that you apply for the right grant at the right time. So it's great that we're doing this way today, to come and have a one-to-one chat, because to speak broadly about what we do actually isn't that helpful. It's really tailored to you and what you want to do. So we have what we call our talent development pipeline, and all of our grants work together with the end goal of hopefully getting you to a point where you are a self-sufficient musician, able to forge a sustainable long-term career in music. So you can come in at our open fund level, which is the open fund for music creators, the open fund for organizations if you run an organization, or Women Make Music if you're a woman or a minority gender or identify as a woman, or if you're a mixed group and women in your band make the music, then you can apply for that as well. Again, all of those are based on that, what I mentioned, the direct costs of creating or performing new music. From there, we have different funds like what we call our Next Steps funding, which is the Hitmaker Fund if you're a non-performing producer and songwriter, or if a top-line writer, something like that. If you don't perform, you just work in the studio, you can apply for that. And that's sort of a one of its kind. There aren't many funds for that, and the only fund we have where you can really get a lot of equipment if that's what you need. We also have our Momentum Fund, which is probably our most well-known fund, and that's really the top tier of what we do. And when you get to that point, the opportunity you should be applying for should be something that is going to tip you into that point of being a fully sustainable musician. In addition to that, we actually run some targeted momentum funds to help those in the regions who have maybe less infrastructure in other parts of the country. And we do one PPL Momentum Yorkshire here in partnership with Launchpad. So that is specifically for bands and artists based in Yorkshire. So we have to speak to anybody about that. Whiskers is also a great person to speak to about that as well. We also have the Composers Fund if you're in classical world. In addition to that, we have our International Showcase Fund. So if you're invited to play South by Southwest, Eurosonic, Reeperbahn, anything like that, we can help pay for visas and accommodation and all that sort of stuff. There's a whole host of other stuff. The Aurum Awards, which is celebrating women in music technology and electronic music. Steve Reed Innovation Fund, which is about weird jazz, which is with Charles Peterson. We do Musicians in Residence with British Council, which is in different countries around the world. So there is a lot of stuff. So it is really good. If you're interested in funding to help your career, please come and have a chat with me, because it's much easier to speak one-to-one. Cool. Thank you. Also, you can come downstairs and book with me, but I will be here all day and I'm going to the showcase later. So if you see me and you want to talk about it, just tap me on the shoulder. I'll be happy to have a chat. Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Wes. So our final expert to introduce you today is Dan from PRS for Music. And after Dan's introduced himself, we're just going to have a quick turnaround, a quick break before our first panel discussion. So here's Dan.
Thanks, everyone. Hi, so yeah, my name is Dan Jones, and I work for an organisation called PRS Music, who are separate to the PRS Foundations. The PRS Foundation are our charity arm. If you don't know who PRS Music are, we're an organisation that represents the rights of songwriters, composers, and music publishers. We ensure that our members are paid every time their music is broadcast on the radio, TV, streamed, downloaded, played in public, played live, and copied and reproduced. So simply put, if you write music and the music that you've written is being performed in public, and if you're not a member of PRS or you don't work with a music publisher, then you could be losing out on money that's due to you. So last year we processed over 22 trillion performances of music. So there's so much music that's being consumed these days. And we paid out over I think it's £599 million to our members. So there's a lot of money in this part of the music industry. So PRS Music is actually, rather confusingly, the brand name for two separate royalty organisations. There's PRS, who are the Performing Rights Society. They deal with performing royalties. So when music is played live, when it's on the radio, when it's played on TV, and when it's streamed. There's also MCPS, who are a separate organisation, but kind of under the brand. They deal with mechanical royalties, which is a really old term, which basically means when music is copied or reproduced, so like CDs, vinyls, and things like that. There's also a third organisation in the UK that collects royalties on behalf of like rights holders, such as like labels and performers, called PPL. I don't work for PPL, but I can certainly talk to you about PPL and how they work as well. I also run my own music publishing company as well. So if any of you have got any questions on publishing, PRS, MCPS, PPL, come find me afterwards and we'll have a chat. Okay, thanks a lot and enjoy the day.
Thanks, Dan. So as I said at the start, you should all have received a link to register, and if not, it's on screen there, which hopefully you're all able to access. If you've got any problems, do come and find me after the panel about how to access those Meet the Experts panels. Hopefully that's really interesting. So we're going to take a short, just 5-minute break now while we sort of reset the stage for the first panel, and we'll be back with you shortly. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I made my role respected. In life, I changed my whole perspective. Now I'm so selective. I stayed afloat with no collective. Every thought subjective. On the road to get to close objectives, projecting a soulful message. So ancestral souls protectors. No exit from this. Grown up subjected to blessings. Poetry special next on the list. Though accepting risk from the get-go. Should've known about was set low when I set those targets of seconds. The Holy Father said no, but it's hard to let go. Yo.
My own day, I don't cannot change, but the time is now. Love me to wait. I was born to
listen, I'll never forget where I came from. Fell in love with this game, yo, I won't change for it since day one. I wrote flames. Looking back at what I've written down on the great run, I wrote bring them out. We got K1, then the gift came out. A couple of the hits came out. On the one, it was a mixtape out on the name. They want big change out of the game. Watch how the game change round for the fame. Everything that you touches is right. When based on the big stage out for a claim. And it's all a grind. Driven, I've given them all of mine. Center stage, I was meant for greatness. I guess I was born to shine. Yeah.
I was born to shine, glow up like northern lights, cold like winter time, too close and you might go blind. I was born to shine, glow up like northern lights, with tears in my eyes. I stand tall, I'm ready to fight my sorrow, never go tomorrow, darkest night, be followed by sun. I look past my own pain, I don't think cannot change, but the time is now, no need to wait. I was born to
shine. Forget the haters. Still won't let the pressure change us. Celebrate if you get to claim us. I guess I was meant for greatness. I was born to shine and forget the haters. Elevate to my sector changes. Celebrate if you get to claim us. I guess I was meant for greatness. I was born to shine and forget the haters. Still won't let the pressure change us. Celebrate if you get to claim us. I guess I was meant for greatness. I was born to shine and forget the haters. Elevate to my sector changes. Celebrate if you get to claim us. I guess I was meant for greatness.
My sorrow never go tomorrow, darkest night, be followed by sun. I look past my own pain, I know we cannot change, but the time is now, no need to wait. I was born to shine. what's in the past. Behind, honey, why'd you reminisce? There's a light and we gotta get some rest. You say you understand, and all I'm saying is you got it how you want it now. I'm tired of it, yeah, I've seen the photographs. I'm tempted by your hologram, but that's only we gotta act on everything we want. But you just gotta understand that I'm just following your plan. So why you calling on your bestie, saying that you're reckless, better on our own. Text me up when I tally up all the times you're wrong, but no invite to my heart. Just zone it up, oh yeah, just let it dry. Always going back and forth. Every pattern, every scene is you again. Oh, it's lessons in the waiting, and other times they won't get play with. There's a reason it's your song, girl. That's 'cause you only want the fun, girl. And all I want to sail the way. Oh, raise your hand and tell me the way out of this runway system. Got a feeling it's today. The day starts to fade. There's nothing left to say, left to say, left to say. You just gotta understand that I'm just following your plan. So why you calling on your bestie, saying that you're reckless, better on our own. There I go, I know you want your habit. Waking up at 1 o'clock, I'm glad I keep that habit. Now the time I've known to turn me on, not the same old as before. Take a look around some more, everything has changed. Maybe secretly I'm craving part of that disposable life. Was a whole of a life where we always got the right. On my thought we couldn't die. We saw every bit of red of every bit of night. I'm working 9 to 5 to put my planet back together. Baby, it's time to fly. I'm gonna, can't wait to be alright. This is my rise. Thank you for the times. But you just gotta understand that I'm just following the plan. So why you calling on me, bestie, saying that you're reckless, better on our own. But you just gotta understand that I'm just following the plan. So why you calling on me, bestie, saying that you're reckless, better on our own. Silver balloon, they won't say hi. Busting apart, bright in the sky. And all that's left for you and I is to pick up the pieces and hold me tight. newspapers, all fish and chip papers. Did you make it? Or did you really fake it? And if you're honest, did you break your promise? Silver balloon, stay high. Pick up the pieces and hold me tight tonight. Silver balloon, stay high. Pick up the pieces and hold me tight tonight.
Hello? Is this on? Hello? Hello, can everyone hear me? Yeah? Hello, I'm Emily Philby. I present the BBC Introducing the English show on Radio Leeds. Thank you so much for joining us today. So the panel that I am hosting is all about Yorkshire artists levelling up in partnership with BBC Introducing Live. So this is kind of the opportunity to hear from artists that are doing really, really well in Yorkshire at the minute. And I'm very excited by the people that we have on the panel today. So we've got James from Yard Act, Cole LC and Amber from Board at My Grandma's House, all artists that I've probably played to death on my BBC Introducing show. So I think probably the best place to start is how everything kind of started with your prospective projects. So I guess we'll start with you, James, because I remember us going for a lunch in about, I want to say October 2019, and you were telling me about Yard Act and, you know, you're just going to see how it goes. So how did it all start for you?
Yard Act or music?
Well, all of it.
What, life?
Life.
What's the question? How did
Yard Act come
Act
into,
start? Well,
to
Ryan, the bass player, my best friend, moved into my spare room when he became momentarily homeless. I let him move in, and we started writing demos together. Both of our previous projects kind of came to an end. And it started because we just wanted to make music, and there was no real ambition, career ambition for it at the start. And then it kind of found its footing quite fast, and we did a couple of gigs at the start of 2020, and then the pandemic hit, and we put our first song out. But at first, we had one song recorded, and we were like, oh, we'll just wait until this blows over before we put anything out. And then quite quickly that became that wasn't going to be the case. So we put a single out, and it picked up really fast. So we just rolled with it and got a bit more serious with it. And then a year and a half later, here I am.
I guess the interesting thing with all you three is that you kind of started uploading to us at Introducing during the pandemic, and things seems to have really kind of like skyrocketed. Cole, when did you kind of start making music? What made you start making music?
I started properly when I was 13. I got I was always spitting and stuff when I was younger. I used to rap a lot, and I got a speaker for my 13th birthday, and then went out busking in town. And then it kind of just went from there, to be honest. Started getting the odd wedding and performing here and there. Done a couple of competition shows, lost them all, but carried on, you get me? And then, it just literally went from there, and then uploading on Instagram covers and stuff. And then I think, social media was really the thing that kind of elevated my music, especially at the point where COVID hit and it was everything slowed down. And obviously I've never done a show before, them times there, and then it wasn't looking like anyone was doing any shows anyway, do you know what I mean? So then it was kind of that. So it was just a busking, and then kind of performing wherever I could and just singing to everyone.
What was it like performing at weddings? I feel like that must have been quite bizarre.
You know what? Weddings weren't even. I'm gonna tell you a little story. Yeah. So this guy, yeah, he messaged me on Facebook. He was like, "Oh, it's my sister. No, it's my sister. It's my daughter's 17th birthday. Yeah." And obviously we're similar ages, and I was 17 at the time as well. And she was like, "Oh, she seen you in town busking, and she liked you, and so can you come round on the birthday and knock on the door and then sing happy birthday to her? And obviously we'll sort you out and that." But I thought she's gonna hate her dad for doing that. Imagine me turning up at a door and that, saying, "All right," and then started singing happy birthday. You know what I mean? So some of them were a bit close. And it was just literally her and about 6 mates on the sofa like that. Just thinking, mate, what is this guy doing in my house? So it's one of them, but I think it's all good practice, innit? You get me? So weddings and that, those are good. So
I mean, it sounds very interesting. Very good anecdotes as well. Amber, for you, you moved to Leeds. Was it just before the pandemic or during? How did it line up?
Yeah. So I'm from Cumbria, and then I moved to go to Leeds Conservatoire for uni. I think it was 2018, 2019. Yeah, and I've been like uploading to like BBC Introducing in Cumbria, and I think Tom sent you my stuff from there. And yeah, but I just started making music like on my phone, on GarageBand, and then uploaded it to like SoundCloud, and I was like bored at my grandma's house, so that's how I came up with my name. And yeah, and then it's just gone from there.
You said something really interesting before we started on the panel, that you've not actually met anyone that you've worked with.
Yeah, so everything kind of kicked off like during lockdown. So I've like kind of met all these people, but only like virtually. So now I'm just like gradually actually meeting them in real life, which is really weird.
Very bizarre. I want to know, so when you first kind of had your first single ready to go, what was the first thing that you did? Did you send it to press? Did you send it to management? Or did you just release it? Cole, how did it work with you?
With like releasing tunes and that.
Just like your first single.
So I had start of Corona, like literally the week into Corona, I signed my deal with Columbia, and like prior to that, there was just like loads of recording I had. Obviously it was one of them where I was getting approached by a few different people, and it was kind of like seeing if I could actually like write and stuff like that and keep up with it and stuff. So I feel like that was a bit of the test trial, and then when I actually signed, it was like in the middle of Corona, so the rollout was proper weird. Like it wasn't how I'd expect it to be, or like you can't really plan things like that. Do you know what I mean? In a pandemic, so it was a sick rollout in that. I got my first song out and that. Do you know what I mean? But it was all literally through lockdown. So yeah, it just came about through meeting different people, ended up being with Columbia, and then just went from there. And then the original song, my first song, was featuring Double L's, and I wrote that song way before with Javon. I think it was my first session with Javon, and he's like a guy that I work with a lot nowadays. And yeah, that song was just sat there, just waiting, collecting dust and that. And then I was in a session with some other people from OFB, the group that he's in, and his boy was like, "Oh, listen to this song, He's right, he's good and that." And I think he thought like, "Oh, like, yeah, all right, we've heard it." Do you know what I mean? Like that type of thing. Like he wasn't really feeling it, but then he listened to it, and it kind of just went together eventually, innit? And then just, yeah, man, and then it done all right and that.
How did the relationship with Columbia come about?
It was through Instagram originally. Basically, Columbia's got like a kind of, it's like there's a thing called Too Loud, which is like Notes, the artist Notes, his people's. They've got like a Too Loud label, which is like part of Columbia, but it's not Columbia, but it is. You get me? That was a proper shit explanation, but so a guy from there DM me. Sorry for swearing. Sorry. The guy DM'd me on Instagram and was like, "Come down for a meeting. I like your music and stuff like that." Just saw the covers because I was covering a lot of Notes' stuff in it, so he must have seen it on through Notes. And then I didn't hear anything for like 3-4 months, and I thought, "Oh, that was just it." And then he invited me down for a meeting, went for a meeting, and then because them buildings are so small and stuff, like kind of like everyone talks to each other, you know what I mean? And I think like we just got around, and then yeah, it was just like, you all right and that? Do you want to come have a chat? And I was like, of course I do.
You're all right. You're more than all right. James, for you, obviously you were saying that you released your single Fixer Upper and then kind of things started building momentum. So did everyone kind of come on board after you'd put the music out?
Pretty much. Apart from actually we before we'd even done anything, actually after our third gig, we got our manager, who we work with now, and he just totally sort of nailed it and made us do the right thing. And then the team was kind of assembled through lockdown, but it was kind of around Fixer Upper that we started getting people getting in touch, and then Matt sort of make the decisions. But again, he was really good at making us not say yes to anything for ages, and just like not making the decisions too fast. And then people stepped in a little later down the line that were the people we ended up working with. So he was just always like, there's no rush. Like he kind of had the foresight to sort of say, slow it down. But we met him because Ryan's old band used to be on his label, Memphis Industries. So, you know, we're connected in the biz. So, but the longer you do it, the more friends you make, and the more people you trust. And so we went in on equal footing with him. He'd supported Ryan for 5 or 6 years, and burnt loads of money on Ryan and never given up on him. So we knew that he was coming from a good place, and he wasn't, you know. So there was a level of trust from the start, and that relationship's only grown stronger. So, yeah, building a good team is really important. And I think a good manager is probably at the helm of all of that, which is something I never thought when I was younger. When I was younger, I always wanted to do everything myself and didn't trust anyone. And you should be wary, but also go your gut and go with people who've had past relationships with other people. Everyone you meet is a connection further down the line, you know. Even if whatever you're aiming for, always keep an eye on people, and the ones that you click with, they stick around, I think.
Would you agree with that, Amber? Because obviously you're working with Scott at Clue Records.
Yeah, I think when like labels came to me, I think it was just important to, like, if you get on with them, they're often in it for the right reasons. And I think it is important to have a team around you, because I'm kind of the same. Like, I wanted to do everything myself, but like they're just kind of there like as a support thing. And yeah, you meet lots of other people down the line from like having the connections with them. So yeah, I think it's definitely important to have like a strong team that you can trust.
I feel like it's kind of difficult to talk about performing live, considering obviously the past 18 months, but it is important in any kind of artist's journey to start performing live. How do you think people should start getting shows? Because I imagine there's probably some people in this room that, you know, maybe want to put on their first show, or they want to get booked to play a gig. How would you kind of advise people to go about getting a gig? James, you've done bloody loads.
Yeah. Going back to before Yard Act though, just to start in, I'd say putting on your own gigs and just making connections with other people, and just, you know, playing weddings, doing anything, like playing live to get your chops up is really important. And it shouldn't be done when you start, and you shouldn't be thinking about how it's going to take you to the next step beyond how it's going to develop you as a performer, and as a mainly as a performer. But yeah, how, you know, you learn a lot about yourself the more you get on stage. So yeah, definitely, you know, go about putting your own gigs on. There's way more sort of support and encouragement and stuff like this around now than there was, you know, when I started 10 years ago. Like local scenes can seem quite intimidating from the outside when you first get to a new city or whatever, but everyone is in the same boat, and 90% of people actually just want to see music and help each other out and make friends. And it is a really good way of making friends. All my friends I've made through music, you know, the ones that I'm still friends with. Not that came out wrong. That made there were all the people that I'm still friends with. I've made through music. I've lost. Sorry.
Would you like me to cut in?
Yeah.
So yeah, with live shows, Cole, how did you go about performing live? Because I mean, obviously you've mentioned all the weddings and stuff, but you played the One Extra stage at Reading and Leeds in August, which is massive. Like, how was that for you?
That was unreal, mental. That was my first proper show that wasn't like a wedding or busking or something like that. And that was literally off the back of just the songs that I've released through lockdown and stuff in it. But prior to then, I just said yes to everything in it, because obviously it was like, she want my manager, but my mum was like, has always been heavily involved in it, and she'd be like, you're not saying no, you're doing it. Go on, sing for your supper. That's what she used to say to me. And then she was like, if you say no to things, it's just like a missed opportunity. You get me? Like, you never know who's listening and this and that. So I think, yeah, I just said yes to everything, perform wherever I could. And that was like kind of like the end result. It felt like an accomplishment of all them birthday parties and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? But everything's good experience. Like, I just enjoy performing to people. Do you know what I mean? So like, if I ever got the chance to do it, I'm gonna do it. Do you know what I mean? And then yeah, that come along, and yeah, it was crazy stuff. Crazy for sure.
Amber, you've kind of only just started performing live as a band again. How has that been?
Well, I'd never done a gig until like last month, because it's kind of I kind of was like a bedroom producer, so I'd never even really considered like gigging really, because that wasn't like the forefront of like what I wanted to do. So like my first gigs were like virtual live streams. Like I did one for like Rough Trade, but that was all virtual. And yeah, I think I like agree, like just say yes to things, because like any opportunity is a good opportunity. But also like kind of like know your worth. Like if it seems like you're not getting what you should get or something, like people will still want you. So I think that's important to consider as well. Yeah.
I guess that kind of leads on to a question about how do you go from kind of just playing music for free, maybe like putting on your own shows or getting paid 50 quid to then just getting to the next level? Like, how do you go about doing that?
Well, first off, the fee for being a sport actor has been £50 since like the 1990s, and there's been no inflation. Makes no sense. And also it's £50 whether you're going to like Halifax or London. So I don't understand how that budget has been the same and never been inflated and doesn't calculate distance. But to get beyond getting paid £50 for a show, it's just kind of, yeah, I think what Amber said, like, know your worth. You don't have to do everything. There's not going to be one. It's amazing that you went straight onto the Radio 1 Extra stage your first show. That's quite rare. That's really cool. Know your worth. You don't have to do everything. One show is not going to be the show that changes your trajectory as much as you think it is. Everything, the wheels are going to be in motion, and you'll know that before the show starts to change. Yeah, so it depends what you're doing it for. Going back to what I said earlier, if you're doing it because you want to learn how to play live and get better and get more comfortable on stage and become a better performer, that's one reason to do it. And then when you kind of get past that stage, don't be everywhere all the time, because people will get, if people know they can always see you, there'll be less demand for you. And if people have already, I mean, unless you're absolutely mint, if people can always see you and you're not changing up what you're doing every show, they will have seen that show. So you can lose that demand quite fast. But so, yeah, don't overplay. Get a good booking agent. But again, you can't rush those things. I know I just said get a good booking agent. If you just get one, but they find you when the time is right. You can't. Everyone you work with has got to want to work with you. You can't. Otherwise, it's not going to be a good relationship. It's patience.
Lots of people, lots of artists that I speak to, especially over the past kind of like year and a half, have talked about, feeling like they need a manager or they need a label or they need a booking agent to kind of get to the next level. Would you kind of agree with that? Amber, would you kind of agree with that?
No, because I think the work that you put it, like, you can have a manager and a booking agent, but if you don't put in work or like have a vision, that's not going to help you. And I think people who don't have like a team in place already, I think you should just act. Like, I've got like a label now and like a booking agent, but I'm still just exactly the same as when I didn't have one. So I don't think it's like the be all or like end all. I think you can still have like a strong work ethic and, get to a place where you can then get that. Yeah.
Do you think maybe that's what labels and managers are looking for, like a strong work ethic?
Yeah, definitely. I think when like labels first contacted me, I think they were like, because if you have like your brand or like goals, they can see that and then they'll want to work with you. Whereas if you're just kind of like sitting back and not really doing much, they're not going to want to work with you because you're not going to make any money, basically. Yeah.
Would you agree with that, Cole?
Yeah, 100%. I think these last 6 months to a year, I've realized that like these big machines and companies and that look all fancy and that, like, it's sick, you get me? It's got a bunch of benefits, but there's no one in the world that's going to want it as much as you, or want the best for you as much as you get me? And like the guy that's employing you or paying you and that, he's not gonna want as well for you as you want for yourself. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like the more, like, you just got to work harder than everyone else, because at the end of the day, it's your thing, it's your music, and yeah, man, no one else is gonna want it like you. So you've got to kind of put that in motion and not rely on anyone else, because then that's when it gets long, and then you get me. You go rehab and that, and it's long.
What would your main piece of advice be for people in this room that are wanting to, I guess, get to the next step? What would your main bit of advice be, James?
First off, do it because you love it and don't lose sight of that. Don't put a time limit on it. I got about 5 years ago, I got to the point where I realized I was never going to stop doing it, whether or not I leveled up. and then when I never stopped working on my craft, and I never stopped trying, but I also didn't sort of I stopped getting frustrated that stuff wasn't happening, and just did it because I loved it. Honestly, it's perseverance. I think I'm probably a little bit older than you two, so speaking from my perspective, I'm 30, and I've chipped away at it, and it's taken until now for things to kind of kick off. But I got to that point where I knew that I wouldn't stop doing it, whether it kicked off or not, and that was kind of when you realize that, you realize why you're doing it. Work with people you trust, and go where you. I know it sounds like simple, but like, go where you gut, because you get a bad vibe off people instantly, and as soon as your gut does tell, it is right 90% of the time. If you get a warning, like a red flag off someone, they're probably not the right person to work with. Yeah, so pick the right people and take your time, and just keep doing it because you love it. And you do have to work really hard at it. It's not many people get to do it for a job, and no one owes you a living. So you do have to go hustle.
Cole, what would your main bit of advice be?
Same type of thing. Don't rush anything, and don't feel like you need say a manager or a label or something like right away. Do you know what I mean? That's why I try to tell all my friends that do music and stuff like that, because I don't want to sound, I don't want to come across as a dick like saying this, but like, you know, when you're doing good things and that, and then people say like, oh, if I had a manager, if this and that, like I'd be doing sick, I'd be smashing it. But really and truly, like a year ago, if I had the same manager now, all that would be doing is taking 20% of my £0 that I'm earning at the time. You get me? So it's like, just because you've got a manager don't mean he's gonna get you there. Obviously, there's a point where it comes to it where if you're at that level yourself, then so forth and so forth, you can do what you're doing. Do you know what I mean? And they can put you in better positions. But I feel like just get in my experience, just get your team when you really need it. Do you know what I mean? Like I was in a lot of meetings and stuff, and it was just me and my mum, and she was getting loads of emails, and then she was doing her editing and that, and she was working and doing both. So then I got a manager eventually because it was like just needed to happen. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I'd say don't rush it and don't rely on other people, or don't think, yeah, when I get a manager or something, that's when it's time. Like it's time now, innit? Do you know what I mean? Like just get it cracking from now, and then it'll all fall into place eventually, innit?
Absolutely. Amber, what would your main bit of advice be?
Yeah, kind of the same. Like, don't have the end goal of like having a manager or having something. I think if you like making music, just continue making music and continue getting better at making music, and then the extra things will like come along the way. So yeah, I think just don't have like the kind of like material things as your end goal, and just kind of work because you like doing it. Yeah.
Shall we get some audience questions? Please, if anyone has any questions, raise your hand. Is there any questions on the live stream? Not yet. What's the worst thing about being in the music industry? This is a fun one to ask. What? Oh, we got a question at the back. Yeah, microphone's coming your way.
Look how long that lead is.
You need that.
Yeah. I need a wireless.
Yo, this one's for Cole. You said you work with OFB and double Ls. Just wondering, how do you, apart from the stuff that you make yourself, how do you like to source beats, and how do people in the industry who are a higher level, how do they like to source their beats?
I think a lot with these high level rappers, I think a lot of them have come up with producers like the J Hus and J5, for example. And a lot of them, like, the industry's massive, but it's kind of like little at the same time. Do you know what I mean? So there is like a kind of cycle of producers that go around all the drill man and like kind of produce everyone. Do you know what I mean? So I think they just kind of, it's like art. It's like you want to work with someone who's popping, who's gonna elevate your thing as well as theirs. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like it's the same thing with producers. Them man will just work with whoever's like killing the sound that they wanna ride. You know what I mean? At the time. But yeah, I think like a few of the rappers that I've met, they've kind of been with producers from the start and then up to now. You get me? So it's just a mixture of like meeting people through the music that they've made, or just people from the start. Do you know what I mean?
Nice one, bro.
Who are you working with next, actually?
Producer wise, who like songs that I've got recorded are just like gonna. So I've got there's a producer called Giorgio. He's sick. He does quite a bit of the Dino stuff and the RD stuff. And I've got you know that Soft Spot song, that TikTok song. Yeah, you might have heard it. It blew up on TikTok and that. I'm doing that, but like a drill version of it, innit? Because that's never been done before. I made something into drill, and yeah, I'm gonna do that. That's my next thing, and then I've just got a whole heap of other stuff.
Any more questions? Yeah.
I have the mic already.
Oh.
This is a question for everyone. I don't know like what happened, like if you all got signed like straight off the bat, but what would you say like when you know the right deal is the right deal, and like to know your worth, like if you're worth more than something, like whether to turn something down or like keep it on the sideline and see if you get something better? Like, did you get like signed big deals straight away, or did you like wait it out and see what else you could get?
James, do you wanna?
Yeah, we waited. We had to make a few different decisions, and we turned the deal down 3 times before we signed. We kept making more demands, and paid off, because the original deal, if we'd signed it off straight off, it wouldn't have been a great deal. And so you kind of got to remember that everyone is, record labels are businesses, and they are going to try and save money at every turn, even if they love your music. So the first thing they offer you isn't the best thing they're going to offer you if they really want you. And if it is a crap deal, it's not worth signing. You can get pretty far without a label these days. You don't need a label if you do it right. But there's a lot of benefits to being one on as well. Yeah, you don't rush it. And I'd say if it's kind of, if there's like a trajectory, and you know when you're on that trajectory, and you know that people are into what you're doing, and it's going to build, and you start getting the emails in from different labels saying they want to talk to you. Some of them fall off when it gets to the next stage. Everyone wants to say hello, and then sort of half of them will fall off, and then you start to get the people that come back for more meetings, and then the people from higher up at the labels come onto the Zoom, and you go, all right, these ones are serious, and then it gets to like offer time, and then it goes round again, because you say no to the first thing because it's not going to be the best thing. That, it's hard because you really want it, but just not being desperate, because it won't change everything. Like, got to value yourself, which is hard to do when you want it more than anything. But yeah, take your time. Always take time.
Was it similar for you guys as well with getting a label?
Yeah, I think if somebody's interested, probably multiple people will be interested. And also, I think, even though it feels like they have control and they have more power, like it's like they're kind of working for you. So yeah, if they like give you a contract and it says like 10 years or something, you could change the contract to make it shorter so you're not tied down. Yes, I just think like they try and I think they would assume that the artists don't know anything about like the technical side of it. So if you do research into like contracts, then you kind of have the benefit because you know what they're trying to get at. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. Just take your time with it, wait it out, and try to get as much legal advice or get a lawyer as you can, or as much legal advice as you can, because like is them contracts and that. Well, for me though, it was intimidating, innit? Obviously, dropped out of college and that, got this 30-page document with bare just gibberish, and I'm just like, what the hell is going on? So obviously, sometimes it's hard to kind of understand the deal that's being put forward, and just taking time to understand everything and ask as many questions as you can, and kind of develop your own idea for what it is that they're offering you, and yeah, and more time as well. If one person wants you, then another person will probably like click on, you get me, and then have the same conversations, and as well, when you're signing in the process, like in my case, everyone were proper nice on that, so it was nice just to be the favorite for a bit, in it, and then I held on that for a little bit, and then I signed, and everyone hates me again. So it's on it.
Any more questions? Yeah, one at the back.
Yeah, this is for all of you. Which would you start off doing? Would you produce first, or would you start gigging first to get your name out there?
I guess all of you kind of started making music during the pandemic when you can't really play any live shows. Well, you played some shows before, didn't you? Like with Yard Act.
Yeah. Again, like, I mean, if you've got to work on your craft. So yeah, make sure your songs are good before you start playing. I know that's subjective. You can't just say make sure your songs are good. It's like as if it's that easy. But but make sure you've crafted something decent, and we always work. Yardat's always thinks about a year into the future, and we always keep songs in the pocket. It sounds like Cole does the same thing. He's got always have ammo in the cannon. Make sure that you're writing ahead and seeing where it's going to go next, because now, especially now for us, now that the world's opened up again and we're touring a lot, all of a sudden you find that the time to write is shrinking, and there's a million and one other things that you've got to do, all the stuff that you don't imagine you have to do when you're in a band or you're an artist, the stuff that's not as fun, like loads of interviews where they all ask how did the band start. Sorry. Yeah, so always write, keep it regular, and when you get something good, like, store it, and make sure your content is good, your musical content and your online content. That's important these days, apparently.
Are you all in agreement with that?
Yeah, 100%. I say just make as much music as possible, and yeah, man, just keep producing as much music, because it's never a bad thing. You're always going to be better this month than you was last month, innit? If you're homing in on things and like picking out what you don't like and stuff like that. So yeah, man, just make tunes that you like, enjoy it as well, innit? But like force it, so you're writing just like stuff that's like, you know what I mean? Like, we've all done it. Like, if you write songs, you know what I mean, innit? Like, you end up just writing stuff that's just dead, but like you're doing it because you think, oh yeah, I'm writing a song. Do you know what I mean? But like, take time with it. Do you know what I mean? Like, look after it and that. Like, it's my baby. Like, I love that shit, man. Yeah, man.
Any more questions? Anyone? One more.
Yeah, for Cole again. Where do you think the UK sound's gonna start going towards? Like, do you think drill's gonna be around for much longer, or do you reckon like Afrobeats is gonna take over, or even perhaps the alternative rap scene?
That is a very good question. I think, yeah, personally, obviously it's gone from grime, like the like pirate radio type of sound, has turned into grime, and then it's kind of turned into drill. But I think nowadays it's getting a bit happier in it. Like, it's getting less, I'm gonna shoot you in your head, and more like, let's just have a bit of fun and that. You know what I mean? Like, with the, say, like, for example, A1 and J1, that's like that latest trend song. That song went crazy, innit? I think it got number 2 or something. It's still drill, but it's like happy drill. Do you know what I mean? That type of thing. And yeah, obviously with the like Afro wave and stuff like that, I feel like that's picking up sick with the WizKid people like that. And yeah, I feel like the drill, like the hardcore, like gang stuff and that, I feel like that's kind of slowly fading out, because that can only last for so long, to be honest. I like it, innit? I listen to it daily, but I just think you can only go so far with saying how much you hate everyone and that. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like as everyone grows up and that, because obviously it'll be like man like me or people younger listening to this, you get me? And then, like, obviously, no disrespect to the older man that listen to that, but like the more time we're not going to be listening to that when we're big ages. Do you know what I mean? And then, yeah, I think it'll have its course, and then there'll be something new. There'll be a next genre. That's what's sick though. That's what I love, because drill, I wouldn't have imagined drill like when grime, like JME was when he was like in his prime and that, you get me, stuff like that. So then there'll be a next thing that comes out from the streets, and then that'll be its own thing, and it'll just probably carry on like that forever, innit? Because yeah, man. So yeah.
Nice one, bro.
Any more questions? Oh, one there.
Hey, right. Yeah, my question is, say you've finished a track and then you go into then release it. What would be the best way to sort of like market a self-release track? Like, how would you spend, like, you know, a small, medium, large budget on like pushing it out there and pushing your track so people actually hear it?
Amber?
I think obviously, like, if you're like self-releasing it on Spotify with like a aggregator, like I think do a research into which one is best for that, because yeah, and also you can like pitch it to Spotify playlists, which I think is really important. If you get a strong pitch, and if you do like research into what they want to hear, like it's a bit weird. It's like they like to hear like specific things if they're going to consider your pitch. So I think just doing research into that, and also like research local music blogs and journalists like that, like on Twitter, like, or there's loads of people like wanting to write about, like even from like interns at like the big like press things. If you research that and just like send an email, they're like normally more than happy to write about something. So yeah, I think that's important.
Also upload to BBC Introducing.
Oh yeah,
please.
also do that.
Yeah.
Any more questions? Yeah, one back there. So we've got a microphone.
Yeah, question for all of you on the panel. If there was a song that you've heard recently that you wish that you had wrote, and for what particular reasons, be curious to know what it was.
Oh, that's a good question.
That is a banging question. 1 minute. Let me get my phone out because I was thinking about this the other day. Wait.
Like a recent song, or any song.
Can be
ever?
recent, or could be something that's come back into recent fashion.
All right.
My answer would be there's an artist called Josie Mann. She's from London, I think. She wrote a song called Starry Skies, and I love that song at the moment. And that's like my tune, and that cry at home on my own to it, and that. It's a proper good one. So.
I don't know if this is recent, but just like anything by Dry Cleaning, I really like. I think their lyrics are insane, and like really fresh. So yeah, just anything by them.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably anything. Every time Bill Callahan puts a record out, I think I love that. I wish I was Bill Callahan, but I can't express myself in so few words. Yeah, I wish I could write less. I wish I could say more. Worth saying less, but I just talk all the time and say loads of words.
And on that note, I reckon we'll leave it there. If you've got any more questions for anyone on the panel, then I think we're all sticking around for a little bit. I'm not sure what's coming up next, but I'm sure Whiskers will tell everyone. Thanks so much.
Cheers.
Cheers, thanks.
Thanks, everyone. So we've got our lunch break now, so we'll be back with the next panel at 1:30. There might be 1 or 2 slots left for Meet the Experts if you want to try and book on. But if not, there's a bar. If you're not aware, there's a bar at the back of this room. There's a bar downstairs. We'll see you back at 1:30.
In a previous life, I was a serial killer. Now I don't believe in my own conviction. The big trees eat the little trees. The small fish eat the smaller fish. So one home, one cream. They show up like funny garden friends. They reach in and hijack my dreams. The big trees see the little trees. The small fish see the smaller fish. So one pond, one cream, rope swing. Flex. Telephone rings, smutty crayon, measurements. Yeah.
Never been the guy to follow, take it and I make it summer. Take a little extra bit and save it for the rainy summer. Cloudy on the baking strip. You were never made for this. You were made for taking pics and gossiping to beta chicks. I'm 17, got 80 quid. Remember having 80 quid. Lead city place I live. Jump man, crazy kicks. Haitian, crazy thick. For me there is no limit. Not even the place that Vader lives. Have been on the latest shifts. Me I like the pink notes. Lizzie with a pink face. TT top game. Go and do your research. Tommy I'm a top boy. Track it with the G-lay. Selector saying replay. Jeans looking replay. Never been the guy to copy, take it and I make it mine. What you know about later nights, struggling to think of rhymes. Thinking is it worth it, are they gassing me in case I do it? Cause when I didn't have a penny, they was moving true and like I'm booking class. I remember booking maths, then I fell in love with figures. Teachers never taught me that, they could not go tit for tat. You could say I'm worms in, I'm real down to my paper max. The earning what I'm paying tax, I could never copy its facts. Telling me to like and comment, no I won't like that, it's whack. I could never gas a man that's begging man to be a fan. And I could never gas a man that's begging man or begging gang. Go and get a job, you prang. I never caught a glimpse of it and now I see it all. She said I've changed and now I'm smashing it and then a yawn. But I don't ever let her see it though, I smile and wave. And I'll just add her on my snap and she'll promote my tape.
Walking on my mind to be a finder. That's why she keep calling me a keeper. Baby, can you handle all the motion? She said you wanna know how it will feel like. I don't wanna feel like it's all on me, but you know I'm following the face of my dreams. I don't wanna feel like it's all on me, but you know I'm all in, balling free.
Do it for my brother's sake, free my killie Kate's mad. Catch you on the ricochet, all we know is all we had. Filling up my dinner plate, wrap it up in rubber bands. Sweetie beige and looking tan, and a mate from Catalan. And the beat is getting spun, everybody wanting some. Everybody wants the connection until the winning's done. Nobody will see the reflection until the vision comes. How come now it's down to the girls you've beaten, the whips you've spun? I'm 17, got 80 ton, multiply a 80 ton. Maddie and the Addison, ravenous to add the one. Wanna come for dinner, a winner and give my mum a 1 0 0 0 for your mum. Tell me what have you done? Mummy loves the 20 plate, but I could never repay. Winning's on my resume, care what you think at heaven's gates. Even then I probably won't. My old haters on the ropes, swear they used to tell me allow it, now they beg it, call me dope. Never been the guy to slack, catch me on the end of your street. Weekends when it's hot on the main road is the time you gon' eat. And I was eating on a weekly basis, start on my teens. And I could never stop the process, man, the timing is mean. No, the timing is mean, I'd be stupid to stop it. Feeling like Skank D, if I want it, I cop it. Started off as a dream, and now I walk in a boss it. Feeling like Skank D, I like it, want it, I cop it. I never caught a glimpse of it, and now I see it all. She said I've changed, and now I'm smashing it, and then a yawn. But I don't ever let her see it, though I smile and wave. And I'll just add her on my snap, and she'll promote my tape.
Walking on my mind to be a finder. That's why she keep calling me a keeper. Baby, can you handle all the motion? She said you wanna know how it will feel like. I don't wanna feel like it's all on me, but you know I'm following the face of my dreams. I don't wanna feel like it's all on me, but you know I'm all in, balling free.
I've just been simulating growth. Pushing up walls the way a mind would build a home. This pair of hands gesticulating wildly. Can stretch ground to roof and hold on to them both. I've never known this crowd to relent, digging holes under the ground, furnishing a space to throw their weight around.
Yeah, I've been going through some things now. Been a while since I felt down. Had to sit down and reflect how things just change. Yeah, I've been thinking about my mental, about my surroundings and people. Had to readjust my life and then I bet you thought I wouldn't change. Someone that's so stuck in a way. Oh, how I proved you so wrong. I'm such a shame. Oh, what a shame. Now I'm blossoming everywhere. Feel the wind and breeze through my hair. Oh, what a life you can compare. Oh, what a life you can compare. Cause it's just me in this life of sin. No time and no time to commit. I reach where I need to be. Who you help with where I need to be. Oh, yeah. With where I need to be. Cause this is my life, I gotta do this. So So many points I've yet to prove, and yes, I'm hoping one day you can see through this. I got some better within, I gotta do this now. Oh well, oh well, oh well, oh well, oh well. 'Cause it's just me in this life of sin. No turn back, no time to commit. Will I reach where I need to be? Will you help with where I need to be? Oh, yeah. Pointless conversations, low vibrations, no expectations. Oh, why am I here? Confident direction, soul protection, motivation. Oh, that's why I'm here. This is where I need to be. Oh, yeah.
Change your mind and don't force behind and be present in the moment again. You and I both know the signs I'm not present in the moment again. Large hearts to concentrate. I find my mind just walking away from the things you sound the fast convey. The things you sound the fast convey. One of these times I got left behind when I'm not in the moment. Yeah. I'm only look through, but trust I try to be present in the moment, yeah. And now I'm shaking, tapping, all the signs I'm not present in the moment, yeah. You see it's been too long since I wrote a song, how can you expect me? Yeah. I don't know why I apologize for my friends who ran I tried. I don't know why I apologize for my allies who had it left behind. Though I tried to concentrate, I found my mind just walked away from the things you said were fast convey. The things you said were fast convey.
trouble and is left untouched. I wanted no trouble, they said, with the loaded gun. Who lights up the skyline again till all life is gone? I wanted a home, they said, with us freedom. Speak soft, speak quick, speak out. Fear won't hide. Who am I to speak freedom? Dressed in light. Who am I to speak freedom? Here are endless squabbles, whispering ignorance. I wanted no struggle, but you listen to no one. Here lays broken muscles, bound in powerless. I needed to rest, they said, with no one left. Speak soft, speak quick, speak out. Fear won't hide. Who am I to speak freedom? Dressed in light. Who am I to speak freedom? I can't speak freedom. No, I can't speak for you. Oh, I can't be a voice of reason. No, when they're doing this to you, fear won't hide. Who am I to speak freedom? Dressed in light. Who am I to speak freedom? Oh, fear won't hide. No. Who am I to speak freedom? To speak freedom.
I've gotta be seen to be clean. I've got a hole inside where I am by on another screen. No, you've got a catacomb of bones to pick with me. I'm only caving in. Only craving that love and peace in my heart.
contrived and resigned behind a face of thunder high. The love and peace in my heart, love and peace in my heart. You were really the loving kind, down the cold face your whole life. Gotta be seen, gotta be seen, gotta be seen to be clean. I've gotta be seen, gotta be seen, I've gotta be seen to be clean. Wasted alone, found the back of a TV remote, not faded but close. Still remember the little jokes. Missing, I know. Watch back all those videos. Now it's close. We were living it. Something caught on what I had to quit. Now I know you everything. Dial it all back and I'll fix it. Caught up waiting when I had it then, had it then. Wasted, failed, then again, then again. Tainted storm caught the end of that brand show. Breaking, I know. Fought back to another home. Hated, I'll fall. Take it up, make sure no one knows. Now it's close, we were living it. Something caught on what I have to quit. Now I know you were everything. Dial it all back and I'll fix it. Caught up waiting when I had it then, had it then. Wasted, failed, Open your eyes, the work has not been done. Wake up and rise, the journey's just begun. One stand up tall and don't drop the ball. Listen closely, you will soon hear the call for us all. The work has not been done. See, enough of them are far by the wayside. And in the daylight they run and hide. Government's just a crush and a mock alive. It's up to us to prevent the divide. But now the demons and the parasites, and with the strength of an army will surely rise. Get the youth have the right to survive. I was one, so I know the vibes. Open your eyes, the work has not been done. Wake up and rise, the journey's just begun. One stand up tall and don't drop the ball. Listen closely, you will soon hear the call for us all. The work has not been done. Killing in the streets on a daily. Just look at what's happening lately. And them I want like it's modern day slavery. It's my ancestors' blood that made me, and I commend all their bravery. And it's the culture that raised me. A false fiction they gave me, and consciousness saved me. Open your eyes, the work has not been done. Wake up and rise, the journey's just begun. One stand up tall and don't drop the ball. Listen closely, you will soon hear the call for us all. The work has not been done. The work has not been done. Wake up and rise, the journey's just begun. One stand up tall and don't drop the ball. Listen closely and you'll soon hear the call for us all. The work has not been done. The work has not been done.
I've linked and lost a couple days. I can't be letting feelings get in the way when they say they might come but don't show up. We give more thanks for the ones that do show love. 'Cause now I'm seeing everything in focus. God showing me where to go, yeah. You don't even get where you showed up. And that's a blessing, baby. Praying on my knees in the sand, drowning in the spirits where the faith goes. I got what to do, I gotta lay low. Is that okay? Many blessings manifested, cause I've got this and it's all mine. I can feel it, but like good wine, it will take time. Got a phone line on the silent for the most high.
I've been riding buses, packing lunches. Like a horse stuck in traffic, I'm too antsy. Poke your chest out, hold your neck up till your head hurt. It's only you that has control, but not be afraid to hustle. All my wins, I live them true, I can't be subtle, trying to go. I'm pushing pedals to the flow with it. Big body nigga taking up my lane, I'm 10 toes in it. That's why I'm harder to reach. I'm writing verses on the back of these buses. I'm manifesting on the back of these buses. About more times that life's been G'd up, getting money, taking trips to where it's sunny with the family that's around me. We just proud to say no flexing, take no pictures, keep the energy here. You know the reason I can't fuck with them, my way over there. We keep the G straight pushing well, cause all this time before we sleeping. I guess I'm dreaming, then it's back to sleeping.
Now I'm seeing everything in focus. God showing me where to go, yeah. You don't even get it, but you sure does. And that's a blessing, baby. Praying on my knees in the same room. Drowning in the spirits where your faith goes. I got shit to do, I gotta lay low.
P.S. This is to my people that love me dearly. Keep myself to myself, I don't need distraction. Every time I spend my love on a bitch, I called it practice for the real thing. My loss, you probably wish I died, but bitch, I still sing. While I'm plotting all these movements, call these real wins. Got big appetites, we hungry, so we still slim. Keep the lights on, so I see them looking real dim. For the things I do love, my orders given. But like the good kid preached in track 11. I hate them for the split and divide. I mean, it's hard enough just trying to survive. You know, your family telling you, you know, what you should do and why, but, you know, it doesn't align. You know, so you feel so different, you know what I mean? And like why can't I just be normal? You feel me? But, you know, I guess the answer is you can't. You know, the gift it can never be. You know, so live your truth and be you. Love those things that make you. You see, I love women, I can't get enough. This music, my drug, my ambition. My family, my brothers, my sisters, you held it down through those times when I didn't. And I'm thankful, I'm so grateful. You know, the sun that kisses my black skin and nourishes the weed I do puff from the earth. God bless. Love, T. H&D. Yeah.
Summer walks and sunny days, that coffee in the morning got me feeling great. Light shining through the window, pain, comfort in this box we stay in, even though the days are all the same. Crack open the window when those crackheads stopped singing. Out back of the Sushi Express was where they're pinging. I look far from the high-rise flat that I live in, hoping that the future will be slightly more forgiving. Now I stare into my phone until it kills the battery, thinking what's the use of followers if I ain't happy? I get the tranquility and simplicity, but I've got some things I need to say, I can't get rid of these. Complex structure like a dilla beat, and I bring the pain just like the killer bees. Leaving industries displeased because they want me more commercial. Want me in a circle, songwriting like I'm mindless. Little do they know I'm underground like Osiris, plotting ways to let the world know about the virus. Cause I'm just testing remedies, finding the heaven in melodies, hoping that Emily's belling me, sipping on Hennessy heavily. Fell to my knees as the felony yellow is holding the weaponry out on the streets like a sesame, ready for enemies, but just right for the therapy. Trying to get rid of the hell in me, out on the telly like Jeremy. Still go hard when I'm locked in, no control could have stopped him. Right till me or the music drops, it'll work out, but I ain't gone gym. Still lost, but it feels fine, unsure if it's real life, and I might never find out. Might as well have a good time, might as well live life while I can, not stay inside with a can. Wanna go back to Japan, see more places, make more music, must level up, yeah, that was a plan. Young Yusuf, yeah, I'm back with a bang. See both sides like yin and yang. You don't really know me like Pyongyang. All your industries make me prang. On my Jones, I don't need no gang. Yeah. So all your negative energy, let it out. All of your hate and doubt, let it out. Gotta let the sun shine bright through the clouds, cause it's Yusuf and Leica with a sound. So all your negative energy, let it out. All of your hate and doubt, let it out. Gotta let the sun shine bright through the clouds, cause it's Yusuf and Leica with a sound, with a sound. Yeah.
Playground stirs, not by my hand, not my hand. Come the storms of fixed objects, rusted forms of those, rusted forms. Metallic bars of plastic seats, static moves of morning heats, morning. Lightning cracks, this matter won't be back, it won't be back. No going back, go, go, go. Midnight crows, keep your jet eyes closed, closed, go, go, go. Midnight crows, closed, jet eyes fly, in the falling rain, every drop and every frame, rain against the rusted fall. Static moves across the lines, I remember everything, ornaments in the coming storms. Hey, hey, midnight crows from the ground, I remember everything, coming storms, rusted forms, I remember everything, I remember everything, I remember everything, I remember everything, I remember everything.
I know you see it, it's written on my face. Behind my words, a choice already made. And I get so brave, I get so close, I pull away. Going round in circles again. It's right there on the tip of my tongue. Can't tell, I ain't telling no one. Don't care if I think I'm done, just won't fly where I come from. You showed up, it's a mess in my head. Got scared, so I just pretend. Going round in circles, talking myself out of a single conversation. Put it all on this simple complication. I just wanna call you, tell you what's been on my mind. I don't wanna be sleeping on my own tonight. Right there on the tip of my tongue. Right there on the tip of my tongue. Lights are on and no one's home. Feel it more when we're all alone. I know if I say it, I could still be on my own. Right here, it could all go wrong. It's not easier said than done. It's right there in the breath of my lungs. Right there in the breath of my lungs. Talking myself out of a single conversation. Put it all on this simple complication. I just wanna call you, tell you what's been on my mind. I don't wanna be sleeping on my own tonight. It's right there on the tip of my tongue, right there on the tip of my tongue. It's right here like the breath in my lung, right here like the breath in my lung. Right here, it could all go wrong, right here on the tip of my tongue. I don't care if I sing, I'm done. Don't care if I sing, I'm talking myself out of a single conversation. Put it all on this simple complication. I just wanna call you, tell you what's been on my mind. I don't wanna be sleeping on my own tonight. Right there on the tip of my tongue, right there on the tip of my tongue.
Help yourself.
That's the mean animal.
All the animals came
To the water at home.
and I lay down, and I lay down. Ribs out in the sun, gone one by one. Gone one by one. Lies from around, gone to my mouth.
Hello, hello. We're back. Hi everyone. Congrats on making it back from lunch. I know it's always the kind of tricky bit in a day where you lose a few people, but it's nice to see so many of you back. My name is Janessa Williams, and I'm hosting today a panel on leading founders and freelancers. Everyone who joins us today does completely different things related to music, so hopefully we'll have a really interesting chat about how you make it work, the ups, the downs, all the good stuff. And we're going to leave some time for questions at the end as well. So if you do have any burning thoughts, just hang on to them, we will get to them. And we've got a microphone as well. So again, just sort of wait for your moment and we'll come around to you with the mic. So just to start with, really, I suppose the most logical place to start is for everyone to kind of do the blind date bit where you introduce yourself, where you're from, and what it is that you do. Harry, should we start with you?
Sure. Hello. So I'm Harry. I live in Leeds. I'm 28.
I am looking for.
My ideal Sunday is I founded a communications and events agency in Leeds called Hanglands. I also used to run a festival in Leeds called High and Lonesome Festival. And yeah, I've been in the city for about 10 years as a promoter, a musician, a PR, and every job in music going, basically.
You've given everything a go. How about you, Sophie?
Hi there, everyone. My name's Sophie Cooper. I'm based in Todmorden, which is a slap bag between Manchester and Leeds. I've got lots of different roles, similarly to Harry, actually. I'm here today primarily to talk about a festival that I self-organised with my partner called Tour Festival. I'm also the learning lead for Huddersfield Contemporary Music Festival, and I'm an associate of Yorkshire Sound Women Network, and I'm also a musician. I'm a trombone player, a sound artist. That's just the nature of DIY professional music activity these days, I think.
Very much so, very much so. Johnny?
Hi, everyone. I'm Johnny Hooker.
I run an organisation in York called Young Thugs. That organisation wears a few different hats, but primarily it's a recording studio. It's a record label and talent development partner. We work with EMI Records on that side. We also put on very small, niche, bespoke events, kind of weird and wonderful things, and we run a stage and curate the music at Beat Herder Festival. And finally, this is a new thing that we set up in lockdown. We became a community organisation to kind of formalise some of the things that we were doing, some of the community work that we were doing. So we're running programmes to help marginalised people in the music industry, particularly in music tech, because it's such a male-dominated industry. And yeah, talent development on that side as well for marginalised musicians.
Yeah, sounds great.
That's what we do.
And last but not least, Eva.
Hi, I'm Eva. I'm the label manager at Come Play With Me, which is an artist development organisation based in Leeds. I'm also the live events assistant at Long Division Festival based in Wakefield. I play in a band, and I also set up Girls Do That Too, which is an organisation where we just kind of create space for women and people of marginalised genders in music.
Amazing. So as you are hearing, a pattern is emerging. There's a lot of, and also this, and also a bit of this. And I'd really like to get into that actually, this kind of like multi-hyphenate tendency that I feel lots of us have now with work. But maybe to start at this end and go back around, how did each of you actually get started doing what you were doing? Like, was it always an intention to do this kind of like freelancer founder thing? Or was it more of a kind of act of necessity?
I mean, like, I started playing just as a kid. And then, like, I was lucky enough to have a parent who took me to, like, music conferences like this when I was, like, 13, 14.
Wow.
So I kind of started to get that understanding quite young. And then it all kind of just, like, rolled into each other quite naturally. Like, I started Girls Do That Too at college because I was doing music tech and there just wasn't many girls doing it. And then, like, was putting on gigs and stuff, and then did an event for Come Play With Me, which led into the internship, which then rolled into what it is now. So it all just kind of like rolled quite naturally.
Yeah, like sort of logical flow of things. I hear that. I feel like it's been quite similar for me in that regard. Like, you sort of try a little bit of something and then it turns into another thing, for sure. How about you, Johnny? It sounds like you've started a lot of things very much like from kind of nothing level.
Yeah, I think it stems back to being a musician. So I was a musician before I was in the music business. And I kind of found that I became very good at multitasking because I was a musician. And you have to, at the time when I was kind of signed and touring and doing that life, I found that I wasn't just creating music, I was also our marketing head, and I was organizing the finances, and I was making sure that early on I was making sure that the tour worked and that we were everywhere on time. And I suppose you just develop a skill set. I think it's still really relevant today in the music industry for musicians that are starting out, that sometimes you have to be quite a lot of different things. Yeah. So I feel like that was where I got my schooling and grounding for kind of the many hats, or the hats that I wear now. So it just kind of, rolled on from there, I suppose.
Yeah, so many hats, so many hats. Sophie as well, you're a massive multitasker. What came first?
I've been playing music all my life. I've been playing trombone for about 25 years now, believe it or not. So I was involved in music. And then when I went to, just before I went to university in Manchester, I got involved with a collective called Ladyfest Manchester. We put on a festival there. I was 19 years old and totally clueless, and just worked my way into the DIY kind of world that way. And then after leaving university, just started promoting like weird DIY gigs here, there and everywhere. Came to Leeds a lot actually during that time as well. And just carried on like that for ages, worked in offices, etc. And I guess it only became professional for me really about 8 years ago. I picked up some teaching, music teaching. And like that has been invaluable to me because now I'm head of like teaching at a festival, so I can have this regular part-time job alongside all my like freelance music composition practice as well. So yeah, so that's it. Basically, muddling through right at the beginning is the way how I got into it. I'm sure Harry's laughing because he knows as well by the sound of it.
Harry definitely knows.
I'm still muddling. No, yeah, I can kind of round us off at 100%. My start was also as a musician. I kind of think of my like career in music as like a very happy consolation prize to my not being a good enough musician. So I so I kind of I first started in Malacca. I grew up in Peterborough. I didn't know anyone who worked in music. There was no music industry there. There was one venue. Yeah. So I did a music tech course at college, which is ridiculous because I had no interest in music tech. So that's a good lesson, is like just because a course has music in the title.
Yeah.
So I left that after a year, and I ended up falling in with a label in London. So I've been basically doing that ever since. But I guess to like bring it to like the founding point of view, like because like I'm not a freelancer anymore. I'm like now director of a business with a few members of staff. I've dropped a lot of the other stuff that I've done over the years, and now I've kind of taken it to this thing. So I've picked a few bits from that and turned that into a company, and then I've kind of dropped them. I'm not playing music anymore, not for any like dramatic reason. I'm just not into it at the moment.
Time, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got no ideas at the moment, so I'm just not playing music. I'm not promoting shows. I've spent 10 years or longer doing a different 5 different jobs, and then in the last 3 years I've made a concerted effort to run this business and to kind of stop everything else and stuff. So I kind of, like everyone, I think the same, just doing everything, saying yes to everything that came along, figuring out what I was good at, what I wasn't, what I liked and what I didn't, and now I've got to a point where I'm trying to say, actually, I do this thing, and that's what I do, and I'm going to be as best at that as I can.
Yeah, sort of like flinging the net, I guess, wide to then pull it back in.
Yeah, also it's incredibly hard to find paid work in the music industry. Like I'm sure all of us have taken jobs we wouldn't have taken because you want to do it. We still sometimes we work on stuff I don't want to work on sometimes, like you have to, especially in the pandemic. So if there's a job going as a promoter and you maybe want to be in marketing, maybe it's okay to do that and take the work where you can.
I think often as well, like doing those things that maybe aren't the dream, or doing those things that kind of like link tangentially to what you do want to do, kind of a bit like you were saying with the teaching, kind of like creates a sort of empathy for the other moving parts of the industry that makes what you actually then do quite a lot easier. So like working as a writer, I sort of feel like because I have done bits of PR, I sort of know what a PR kind of has to deal with and how I might make their life a little bit easier, or what I might need to ask or phrase or whatever. So I feel like sometimes it can be worth kind of taking those little journeys to ultimately round out the thing you actually want to do, if that makes sense. Although I feel very left out because I've never been a musician, no skill whatsoever.
Let's start a band.
There's no time. I think actually I started because I wasn't a musician, and it was just like, how can I justify my presence in all of these spaces otherwise?
I think a lot of the like modern career like the modern career in music relies on you being a facilitator for a lot of different stuff. I think, so Eva and I work together on, my company looks after press and social media and marketing for Long Division. So we work together on that. We do the same for Come Play With Me. So we work together on that. And everyone's wearing these different things, and, you have to kind of pull these different things together. And I think a lot of it is about saying, a lot of it is about facilitating people and taking people from one part of your life and introducing them to another part of your, and bringing that all together. And I think there's like, being able to, especially when things are so scrappy as they are at the minute, to be able to pull different things together and say, actually, I know someone at a label, I can help out with that. Or I've got a friend who's opening a pressing plant, or I've got a friend who does this. You can pull those things together. And a good way to do that is to work with tons of people.
Super group forming constantly.
Yeah, Eva and I were talking before lunch about collaboration, and I guess that's kind of an important networking and collaboration. And I kind of realised, thankfully, quite early on into Young Thugs, that collaboration was really the key to us taking that business where we wanted to take it. And it's not necessarily that you're in competition with anyone.
Yeah.
We should all raise each other up together. So particularly in the North, I think there's a whole wealth of talent. There's a whole wealth of talented related businesses and people doing great stuff. And we don't have to necessarily feel like we're in competition, even though you might be.
Yeah.
But there's kind of like, there's a subtle undertone there as well, which is like, if we all do good stuff, then let's work on it together.
Absolutely. I think that's a really important thing to shed early on, this sort of fear that if you befriend someone that they're going to like do you over. It's like it does. I mean, I'm sure it does happen sometimes, but it never happens as much as you imagine it might. Did any of you kind of have like a mentor situation or like somebody at a kind of pivotal point in what you were doing that really did help to kind of take it to that next level where it was becoming more of a job?
Constantly.
You did?
Yeah. Well, definitely just literally being trained like to teach music, being trained to play the trombone, going into jobs, having great bosses, putting on a band, having great relationship with them, communication. We're all mentoring each other in a way, I hate to sound like a complete hippie about it, but like, we're getting like little bits of money in from everywhere. And I really agree with what you were just saying there, Johnny, about like just raising each other up. I think anyone who feels like they're in a competition, particularly in the North actually, isn't going to last that long. I used to live in London and it did happen down there. And I didn't feel very supported as a musician or a promoter. Came back up here and suddenly it was just like, how can I help you? And there's actually existing networks that you can join as well, particularly in promotion, where you are linked with other people in the country, and say a band's coming to the UK, you can all get together and say, okay, they play Leeds that night, Manchester next night. And I'm constantly speaking to other promoters about the situations like that to help each other. So I think in terms of like a mentor, I've had strict mentors, I've had like paid mentors before, but on a general day to day, I'm taking so much from everybody all the time. And just like now, I think this thing about like being a musician, being a teacher, being a promoter, it's just all the extension of one practice. And that's how I see like all my roles now in the music industry, because ultimately my passion is music. So, and that's really what I keep coming back to. It's just like a value, really.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
I agree completely with that. Just to add to it, I think the role of a mentor can be quite subtle as well. It doesn't have to be like you going to sit down with somebody and them telling you how you're going to do better. Like just communicating and having conversations with people that are in your industry and finding out what they're doing and learning about their activity. And that can be the same for bands, like just talking to bands when you're out and about on tour and asking them what they're doing and who they're working with and what they found to be successful and where they're getting good results or kind of feel like they're making headway. So it can be quite a subtle thing, I think, having a mentor. It can be just talking and learning.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think the mentor thing of that fluid relationship you can have where someone can offer you guidance and then you can offer them guidance and things like that. And I think like that's an important skill, or I don't know if it's a skill, but having the like emotional maturity, emotional awareness to manage the fact that you'll find in your career in the music industry, especially in the North probably, and definitely as a freelancer, every relationship you have is blurry, right? I mean, you're friends with the people you work with, you're friends with the artists you work with artists who are in relationships with someone who runs that label, or you work with whatever, and every relationship is incredibly blurry and fluid. Like Janessa, you and I are friends, and we are friends.
We're friends.
And I would like to see you on Saturday for a pint at Live at Leeds as my friend.
Let's do that.
But I would also like you to review the band I'm working with on Saturday.
Harry would also really like me to respond to his emails.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
But this is what I'm saying. It's an incredibly blurred, it's an incredibly fluid and blurry relationship, and every relationship you have, and I think it's about having emotional awareness and respect to know that like someone who is your friend does not have time to reply to your emails, and it doesn't mean that they're not your friend. And like I think that's a big part of it. Do you know what I mean? And like so sometimes someone can be your mentor, and then a week later they really need a massive favor from you. And I think I think one of the things from making it as a freelancer or a founder or whatever is about being able to manage a complex network of fluid relationships and knowing, and then at your basis you're working with creative complex people as well. A huge amount of managing your career as a freelancer is managing the relationships you have in your life. I really feel that's quite important, and especially if you were to be doing it in Leeds or West Yorkshire or the North, you are also managing a small pond. Isn't it, really?
Yeah.
There aren't many of us.
It really is. It really is. I think that's so right. And I think I've fallen into the trap when I was younger of kind of feeling like, I couldn't ask people questions, or, I can't take up their time because I've got nothing to offer them. But I think especially, when you're starting out, often people are very, very flattered just to be asked quite a lot of the time. And I think often, even if you think you've got nothing to kind of offer that conversation, people sometimes like to hear the perspective of people younger than them or newer, thinking about things in different ways or sort of refreshing what they do in some ways. There's almost always a way that exchange can be mutually beneficial, almost always.
I think you're totally right there.
Yeah.
One of the things I've realized is that I like to help people, and I guess that's why I've ended up here. And maybe this isn't unique to me. Well, it definitely isn't. But if somebody asks me for help, my answer to that is always going to be yes, if I can, and I have the time. And I realize that works the other way around. So if I need some help with something, and you're right, the imposter syndrome is kind of rife, isn't it? And I sometimes think I can't talk to this head of this thing, this big conglomerate. They're not interested in my little community project.
Yeah.
But actually, they really are.
Yeah.
And if you ask, then what's the worst that can happen? They might say no, but invariably they're going to say yes.
Absolutely. I think it goes back to what you were saying really about like remembering that everyone is just people and like treating people like they're people.
Yeah, I had like a so when I first started in music, I was really, really young. I was like 16 or 17. And I made friends with this label, and everyone was 10 years older than me. There were some people there in like bands playing arenas and selling millions of records. And I was a fucking nightmare. I imagine like just asking for favors and like, why can't you take me on tour? Not understanding that there's a label that have their own interests, and there's an agency that have their own interests and everything else. And like, I did find it incredibly like freeing and liberating in my career to understand that like, no one's doing as well as you think they are. No one really knows what they're doing. And it's all fine. And as soon as I realized that, then I was like, oh, this is fine. Yeah. You can approach anyone, you can do it as long as so I found that to be like a freeing thing. But for like the hardest lesson I think I've ever learned was like, people are not, you know what I mean? I'm like, why aren't you coming to this gig? And because they're playing five-a-side that night. And they're like put on some weight and they want to get fit again, so they're not coming to the gig. But you just think, well, everyone wants to be at a gig all the time, don't they? Yeah. That was a hard taught lesson, I think, for me.
I remember like being younger, like one of the first few gigs I put on, a friend of mine, I guess he was a mentor in a way, and he said to me, don't expect any of your friends to come to this gig, so just like give those fires to literally everybody you see. And I did, and I think that's really good advice, actually. I stand by that. But doing it yourself, just do. Yeah, I think that's what you mean, doesn't it? Like, don't expect to be help other people in a way, just crack on.
Yeah, just crack on is definitely very solid.
The diminishing return of friends and families coming to gigs is it's rough, isn't it? The amount of bands, like I used to work at a venue and they'd say, we sold 100 tickets at a Porto, and I'm like, yeah, that's great, but do that again.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Like it's said over and over, but I think as a musician, remembering that your friends and family are your friends and family and not your fan base is a really important distinction. Really important distinction. They cannot sustain your entire being. Something Eva and I were talking about before was like this nature of doing so much all the time and constantly like a bit of this, bit of that, constantly darting around the place. Like, Eva, how do you actually manage the logistics of kind of like doing all of these things, giving them all the care and the attention that they need and that you want to give them, but also like having a life?
See, I think the kind of stuff that I'm doing is often what I'd be doing anyway
Yeah.
if it wasn't work.
Yeah.
So like with the whole gig thing, like if I wasn't putting on a gig, I'd be at a gig.
Yeah.
So it kind of is the same thing,
Mm.
which definitely isn't going to be a great thing long term. But right now it's working. So
Yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah. How do you all find that in terms of like, I suppose I've often felt that sort of burden of realizing that I've turned everything that I felt was fun into like work. And obviously it brings a lot of joy, but simultaneously it does kind of mean that you maybe can't go to a gig without thinking about what you'd write about it, or you can't, you know, sort of listen to an album without kind of thinking, oh, how would I market this?
I think when you're so wrapped up in what you do,
Yeah.
and I guess freelancers generally tend, hopefully, to choose something that they love.
Mm.
And you're right, and obviously that can then become a little bit of a burden sometimes. But I think it's just really, I was talking to a friend of mine who runs Soundsphere magazine this morning. I don't know if you know Dom Smith. And he was like, I was like, how are you doing? He's like, I'm just really tired. I'm really tired. And I said, look, you work really hard. You need to remember to actually have a break.
Yeah.
And I guess that's how I manage it, is to just remember to be able to turn off. Now, whether my family would say I actually do that or not, it could be a completely different thing. But
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Because I feel like sometimes hard work is kind of seen as like such a badge of honor that it's almost like, oh, I'm absolutely knackered, I must be doing it right, when like not necessarily.
Can I? Yeah, I guess I guess there's quite a bit of planning that goes into my personal
Yeah.
situation. Like I'm knocking on 40, so I've been doing this for quite a while now, and like I consciously have taken a part-time job that pays my bills, and then I do freelance work around it. I'm also very good at saving money. So when I don't have much money coming in that month, I do look at my bank balance and I do have a little bit of savings. So I do kind of like budget really carefully to allow for myself to have time off, and also to allow for myself to go in and go to other people's gigs, like you started this conversation off with, and just enjoy that experience.
Yeah.
And where I live in Todmorden, it's semi-rural if you've not been there. When I first moved there weren't many gigs going on there. So I've made a real effort to like reach out to community and support people to put on gigs, so I don't have to do that. And one of the big reasons I do it in my town in Todmorden is because the trains going back from Leeds and Manchester go at like 9:30, so it's impractical for me to go to concerts. So like that's why we do it in Todd. So I'm very happy for other people to put on gigs, and I'll do everything I can to support them in that. You know what I mean? So yeah, I have taken conscious steps and decisions in my life to kind of facilitate downtime, if that makes sense. But it took a while. It took a few years.
Yeah.
The way I manage it is that I'm tired all the time.
Same.
Just 10 years, just 10 years into burning myself down to a nub, I think. But no, I think it's. I think what Eva said is is spot on, but also I think where you as a worker or a professional in the music industry are very open to having your time and your energy abused by people, because everybody is doing this because they love it, because everybody could be making more money doing something else. And there is an emotional investment in your music or working with people's music. You know, if you're working on a record, someone's trusting you with their art. You know, that's a serious thing. Or at least it's a serious thing if you care about that kind of stuff, which we all do. So I think the fact is, like, where I don't really have a solution for this, but I think where people are like able to to really abuse your time and your money or whatever, or how much they pay you, is the fact that you love it and you'll be doing it anyway. And there's this constant threat. They're like, oh, there's 500 other people behind you with money from their parents, and they'd do it for free, and you're lucky to be here. And that's another kind of, you know, thing to slay on your way to do that, to actually say that you're not lucky to be here. This is a job, and you're good at it. And I do think that thing of like, well, if you're going to be at the show anyway, so we're not going to pay you to be here. Well, no, fuck that. You know, like that's the thing. I think is quite that makes freelancing as well especially difficult, you know. But yeah, and then in terms of like time as well, like Johnny, I don't know if you found this, like I started as a freelancer, so I had to manage my workload, but now I'm managing like payroll and pensions and
big boy stuff.
and HR and other stuff on top of everything else, and it's like that was never the plan, and it's more to do, and then you end up, when you fall into stuff like we all do, you know, I'll do this, you suddenly end up in this place where you're going, oh, you know, I don't have time to do this. I don't have time to go to this show because I'm deciding which pension fund we're going to use, and I'm going to do whatever. And so you can lose, you know, you can go in different ways very quickly.
Yeah. I feel like you've sort of touched on something there, which I think is the greatest joy of freelancing, which I think sometimes it's very easy to forget. But the kind of real perk of freelancing is that you can say no to stuff and you can prioritize the stuff that you do really care about. And I think I've definitely been guilty of forgetting that was sort of the appeal in the first place. And actually, if something's not for me, I can go, nah, money permitting, obviously. From all of your perspectives, what would you say is the real, like, I mean, we'll balance it out, the real perk of working this way and the real kind of challenge of working this way? Like, what are the ups and downs in comparison to kind of having the sort of job where you do just go into an office and answer specifically to someone?
I'm not very good at being told what to do. I guess that's one of the reasons that I navigated towards being a freelance entrepreneur. The perk for me is that a bit like Harry, I suppose, and Eva and Sophie, I'm a kind of working with a great team now, and we've put a lot of hard work into building something up, and I can the perk for me right now is that we're currently doing really well, and I love going to work, and I never feel like I'm at work. I remember this is a bit soppy, but I remember my granddad saying to me like 15 years ago, when I was really sort of wrestling with whether to go into the music industry or go into another industry. And he just sat me down and said, you just need to do what you love. And I'll remember that until I die. And I know it is a bit soppy, but I've held on to that. Yeah. And all the days where I'm working 15 hours, I just have to sometimes take a little moment and think, oh, well, I'll try and remember that because I do love this. And so that's the perk for me right now.
It's a classic for a reason.
Yeah.
Mine keeps shifting like all the time, but at the moment, the thing that I quite like about what I do, and that I think, and what the people that we work with or that I'm friends with in Leeds especially is this, and I think this is a very specific Leeds point as well. Like I don't think this even applies to Manchester or Liverpool, but I think Leeds' music industry is in a kind of ascendant place, but it's not really been as big as our other cities, in terms of jobs, in terms of jobs outside of live. In terms of record labels or agencies or whatever, or booking agencies. You know that we don't have a particularly strong industry, or it's one that's growing. We have one that's growing, and the thing that's really exciting to me at the moment is we have the ability to grow, to build this industry in our own image, or in the image of the way we feel it ought to be. And I think there's an element of there's a possibility actually to instill a working culture in the city that is healthier, that is more positive, that is more representative. And I think actually the fact that we don't have that stuff yet is actually can be a really positive thing. And and I think I think it's the same for musicians as well. Leeds has never had that massive band that is an albatross for everyone else that Manchester bands.
Controversial.
But they've had we've had big bands, but there's no Oasis or Arctic Monkeys. There's no Leeds sound, right? I don't think people can think of one particular thing when they think of Leeds. So I think there's an opportunity. That's the thing that is exciting to me. There's this opportunity to kind of like either you can come play with me in the direction that you feel a label should be, and that's incredibly powerful. And I think that's ace. That's what I'm excited about.
Yeah, no, that's a super good point.
Yeah. See, like on that, like my journey into being a freelancer happened extremely quickly, and like I dropped out of uni, and then it all just kicked off.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's kind of just all washed over me and just happened. Like I've never had like an opportunity to just sit back and be like, oh, this happened.
Yeah, this is
like,
my next tactical move. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it's like Harry said, like the fact that there's that control over, you can take something where you want it to be, and it's amazing.
Yeah.
And like to be able to be trusted to do that as well is mind blowing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think on the back of that as well, from a sort of curatorial point of view, supporting artists to create their vision is really inspiring and really important to my practice as a promoter, definitely. But freelancing, big thing for me, positive, is time management. I like to be able to work, maybe I'm grafting, like this weekend I'm going to Bristol, I'm going to be performing on Saturday, Sunday, so I'll work really hard, and then maybe I'll take Monday, Tuesday off, you know what I mean? So I quite like having my control over my diary. I sound like a really boring like operations kind of manager, but you kind of have to be though when you're freelancing.
Yeah.
And my diary's like a bit of a battleship, and like we're doing this, and all the things are color coded. But like taking that time to kind of like organize yourself is really crucial to making it work, or you're just going to lose your mind basically.
Absolutely.
But yeah,
I guess that's the thing with like I suppose with working creatively as well, is that it's hard to be creative 9 to 5, 10 to 6, whatever, 5 days a week, and things are going to hit you at different points. And I suppose it gives you the opportunity, if you're curating something, it gives you the opportunity to say, actually, it's 9 o'clock on a Monday morning and I do not want to listen to a load of new stuff, but maybe on a Friday night you get inspired. And it's something I say to like the people that work with me at Hanglands. They're like, oh, I can't write this press release. And I'm like, yeah, well, it's creative writing. You can't just say I'm going to be creative now for 45 minutes until I finish this press release. And I think that's like an element. Things hit you, don't they, at different points and whatever. And I think it gives you, being a creative freelancer gives you even more freedom to do better work, because you can work when it hits you.
Yeah. As long as you've got nice people giving you reasonable deadline. Which I feel sometimes with freelance work, something I've kind of encountered is having to kind of make it clear to people that just because you're freelance and you're flexible doesn't mean that you don't have some boundaries. I've sort of found some clients maybe forgetting that because I'm freelance, I don't just sort of sit twiddling my thumbs waiting for the call from them to do this really big thing. So kind of like managing people's expectations, again, comes back to all that stuff about talking to people like they're people, being honest, being straightforward, all that good stuff.
Can we talk about rates and money?
Please do. Please do talk cold hard cash.
I'd be really interested.
Oh, you mean actually like
not specific? No. This is the.
Are you
this is
offering
the
me
problem.
a job?
Yeah.
We negotiated.
But I mean, like, I'd be really interested to get everyone else's takes on, like, I don't know. We had a job recently where I thought we got it because our pitch was really good.
Right.
It turns out just massively underquoted, and the problem is no one will ever tell. I mean, I'm not going to tell you what we charge because we don't have a culture of that yet.
Yeah.
But I don't think it would be a bad thing. But I just think that I'm just really interested because I don't think there is no set rate for anything. No one will ever tell you what their budget is. No one will ever do that. So you end up doing a lot of work for less money than you maybe should do. And I'm just interested as well, Janessa, how you handle that as well, because there's no set rate. And other journalists aren't telling you what they're getting paid, are they?
It's been a real journey in terms of like getting up the self-worth to sort of be like, no, that is not enough. Most places I write for do have set rates, so it is kind of a say yes or see you later situation. Most of them. I've genuinely been quite pleasantly surprised at kind of asking for things and getting them. I think as a general rule, anyone starting out in writing should always ask for more money than they think is reasonable for the thing itself. Because I've frequently been surprised, like, oh, that was my top offer. I would have gone lower, but oh, right, you're giving me it. Oh, cool, thanks. But I agree with you in terms of the transparency thing. And I think actually it's been really nice to see in music journalism, particularly around, actually kind of during the pandemic, like, and around Twitter, a lot more of kind of like, ask me a direct question and I'll give you a direct answer. And I don't know if that's sort of like branching out into other aspects of music business, but with writing, there's tons of really good, like, it sounds a bit dodgy, but like anonymous Excel spreadsheets kind of doing the rounds that sort of do have like a publication. Here's what here's what they offered me. Here's what I went back with. Here's what they said, all anonymous, but you can kind of like get access to these things and then sort of figure out where you're at. That has been totally invaluable, totally.
I think it's really interesting. I think we can all be responsible for this subject matter by paying people properly when you have the budget to do so,
and often just being honest about it.
Because historically we're not great at this in the music industry. I don't think that's why we're still paying young bands with beer, which is like not good for anyone's mental health. Like, put some worth on that and actually give them a proper fee if you can afford it within the ticket structure. There's 2 points I'd like to make. Well, they're actually the same point. We were talking earlier about how at the beginning there can be a tendency to say yes to everything.
Yeah.
When you're starting out on a freelance career, you might kind of think, well, okay, where is the next job coming from? I'm just going to say yes to that. And that can be a really effective strategy. But I think there's also a flip side to that, which is know your worth and set a pricing that works for you in your life at that particular time. And it doesn't have to be a hard and fast rule that you never break. But if you suddenly say, okay, this is my worth, and I'm not going to do that job for less than £250 a day or whatever you set as that thing.
Yeah.
And you start saying no to jobs, which can be hard. It can be a real discipline to say no to something. What I found is that actually then the next thing that comes along, you might have turned something down and you think, oh God, why did I do that? I should have just taken that. That 80 quid was great. I could have definitely made that work. Yeah. But actually the time that you were going to devote to that 80 quid job, all of a sudden something pops up that is more in the bracket that you've set yourself. So I think there's a perception in terms of pricing as well, in terms of, okay, well, if I'm aiming for this type of customer, then I've got a price for that type of customer.
It definitely depends as well with where you're at, because, speaking only for myself here, like, I've worked at this long enough now that I do kind of trust in myself that me delivering a feature that you're not going to have to edit much, you're not going to have to do much with, is worth more maybe than something that needs lots and lots of work. And I don't think it's unreasonable to sort of put it to people you're working with in the sense that you're not paying only for my time, but you're paying for the experience that I've accumulated to do this job in a way that makes your life easier too.
Your skill set.
Yeah. So like on the flip side, I think when you are starting out, maybe there is a degree of like realism in the sense that, okay, what I'm getting out of this might not be the best money, but hopefully I'm working with someone who is going to teach me how to get better and teach me how to to really use business speak, like grow a product that is worth the higher fee that you're trying to get. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think in self-organizing though, in gigs, talking about like live music gigs, etc. Like I still don't get paid from the festival that I self-organize, and I'm actually okay with that because I have other jobs which pay for my day-to-day life and more like my professional career, whatever. But I still get so much out of that free time organizing my festival. I put on events regularly as well, mainly because I want to see the bands. It's like it can be that simple, but also the networking that you get out of that, like playing bands. And for me as a performer as well, if someone's touring around the UK, I put them on. They'll put me on. There's that nice like network of like DIY promoters across the country. So I don't know. I think there are times when you can make that choice to like do something for the passion of it as well. I think that is still really important.
Yeah, I think it's sort of just being clear what you're getting out of it, isn't it? Like, it doesn't have to be money. It can be whatever is important to you, but just being clear on what that is when you enter into whatever it is the thing that you're doing.
Yeah, and I think that part of that is having a fluid pricing structure as well. We've just been able to drop we've just been able to drop some prices. We're charging independent bands for albums next year because we've just taken on something that's a bit more corporate, that's paying like a big whack over what we normally charge. So we're kind of able to pass that. That's a kind of a personal thing from our point of view. But for us, it feels like, well, if this is what we need to bring in, and if we can bring in this much from something that's a bit more corporate, we can reduce these prices so it's a bit easier for bands and stuff. So I think it's about choosing, but because that's what we want to do and that's what we take value from and whatever. So I think it's like knowing what you're doing. But just to follow up on what you said about experience, I think it's like, again, as you go knowing your experience, but then it's knowing your experience later on. And I think like it's something we get a lot doing like PR for stuff, because if you, and it's about having the I don't know, the confidence, I suppose, in yourself to say, well, actually, what I'm doing is worth this much money. Because I say, well, you only spent an afternoon on that. And it's like, yeah, but it doesn't matter because you're going on results. So
I've worked 10 years.
Exactly. So if they say to me, okay, well, we want you to do this job, and we have £1,500 to pay for it, and we want to be in the Guardian, and I can do that in one email. Why is that worse value than if I spent days ringing them and saying, please pick up the phone? It's not. If the product is the thing is worth it, and you have that kind of experience to do stuff. And so I think it's a part of knowing what knowing your experience and getting out of the mindset of hours worked. Because very few of the jobs we all do are to do with hours worked. If you're curating something and you have a really strong relationship with a booking agent, you can bring in a really decent headliner for something because they trust you, because you've spent 10 years working with them on another festival or something. That is worth money. And the fact that didn't take you days and days of badgering their assistant does not mean it's less valuable. The opposite, really.
It's an interesting one I've been thinking about a lot recently, because I, not always, but like have had experiences of suffering quite badly with anxiety. And I found that when I cost for a job, I almost have to cost for the hours spent writing, but then also like the hours of emotional labor around the thing itself. And it sounds ridiculous, but like if you're going to spend an hour interviewing someone, but you're going to lose 3 days of your life to like being so anxious and prepping and doing all the rest of it, like it's not necessarily saying like, oh, this is your problem, you have to pay me for it, but like you have to be mindful almost when you're figuring out how much to take on, like how you kind of are as a person, and like whether that thing that you say yes to because it's an afternoon is actually going to obliterate your entire week because you have no headspace for anything else. So I feel like freelancing, founding, all of this stuff comes back to like having a really good awareness of yourself, which kind of again only really comes about by just giving things a go and seeing what happens.
And that just gets easy with experience, I think. Yeah, it
really does.
Can you work around the anxiety now? Can you place it to like?
Well, it's like anything, isn't it? It gets better the more you do it.
Yeah.
But and it depends what the thing is. Like it's not nothing mental health related is ever linear, is it? And it's not even like I now have to say no to things or anything like that, or I have to tell people that it's causing me trouble or anything. It's just more the making sure, like Sophie was saying, when you're sort of planning out that calendar, that you are accounting for emotional labor as well as practical labor, I think, is the very rambly point I was trying to make. To kind of think, I suppose, about like where we point all of this stuff, I was really taken by what you were saying about the fact that we're in this really nice position where we can kind of decide what we want this thing to look like, because there's never been anything that's come first. So if we hang on to that idea, like what sort of things do we all want to see kind of either change or improve around the perception of freelancing, founding, small business running, all of this kind of like DIY approach to music in Yorkshire? Big old question.
I'll answer this in hopefully a succinct but probably not way. One of the things that I try and do within Young Thugs, particularly on the educational and community side, is to try and demystify the music industry a little bit, and try and empower young people to think, well, actually, this is a real option for me. An example is we have a studio in a working men's club, and we're just doing a huge refurb, and we've moved it onto a barge. At the same, it's amazing.
Onto a barge?
Yeah, onto a
Wow.
barge, 180 foot barge, old coal barge on the river in York. It's amazing. It's getting a bit cold now though, but it's we've only got 4 weeks left. But at the same time, we're running a program to empower women and non-binary people in music tech, because I found out in lockdown that there's less than 3% representation, which I was kind of pretty appalled at as a father of a daughter, of a girl. And my point is, demystification of the music industry is something I'd like to see continue happen, particularly within music tech and recording studio and record label environments. When I was moving the studio from the Working Men's Club into the barge, the 3 candidates and producers, they're all women, and they helped with that move. And at the end of one of the days, one of the producers said to me, "You could make a studio anywhere, couldn't you?" And I was like, that is exactly the point. Like and this is specifically for recording studio environments. And I almost think that's probably greater than any of the lessons that we could have given them or any of the teaching. The taking away the fear of giving it a go was such a big kind of, I could see the penny drop. And I was like, that's exactly right. You could go back to Leeds and you could find a space, and you don't need loads of money and you don't need loads of equipment. You just need a small idea and some energy. And I could, and I'm almost certain that she'll go on and do that now, which I feel really proud of. So my point is that demystification of what we do, and anyone can give it a go, I think. And I'd like to see that continue in our region. We've got loads of great businesses. I'd like us, we were talking about competition.
Yeah.
Let's compete with the South. Let's do that. Let's get it away.
We're nicer than the South. I mean, like you can tell, I'm very Southern. I'm never going back.
But
I don't want to go there.
The London-centric nature of the music industry is something that I kind of try and fight against, because I think we've got so much talent up here, and if we could just move the eye up north, then let's try and do that.
Completely.
Yeah, I think talent retention. Sorry. I think talent retention is an interesting thing as well. Like there was no possibility of me living where I grew up and working in the music industry, and I had to leave.
Yeah.
And I think that's a shame. I mean, it wasn't a hard decision to leave Peterborough, if you've ever been there.
Or Stevenage. No.
Or Stevenage. But still, you should be afforded the option to stay where you grew up if you want to. And I think that's the thing that I feel quite strongly about here, is that like you actually can make this work. You can have a career up here, and you can have a satisfying career up here, and a meaningful one. And I think the talent retention thing is really important. And I think making people feel that actually there are pathways and there are routes, and frankly, like the best way to do that is to create jobs.
Yeah.
I think like everything else, ultimately, we just need to create more jobs. Because if you can create jobs and you can put people in those jobs, they can pay their rent, they can stay here, and they can grow with it. And I think that's a huge thing that I think we need. And I think there are things that are happening that are helping that. I think Come Play With Me's kind of masterful use of funding applications that they use for the greater good of the city is fantastic. Creating youth music, creating jobs, and Long Division in Wakefield creating jobs with youth music funds and things like that. So there are things happening, but I think talent retention is one. And I think as well we have an opportunity in terms of the greater representation of the music industry up here. We have an opportunity here to like put our money where our mouth is, in a way that as a freelancer or a founder, and in a way that's maybe a bit harder if you worked at Universal or something. I was listening to Radio 4 in the car yesterday, and they were talking about what I think they called a meritocracy, which is that you only hire people that look like you. And we have an opportunity to not have a meritocracy. We have an opportunity, if you can create a job through your freelance career, cast the net out, don't hire your mate. And I think we have an opportunity in terms of increasing the representation, increasing the fairness of the music industry in the North, to actually do it. again, we're going back to building it in our own image. We can actually do it. You can't change the hiring process at Universal Music Group unless you are a director at Universal Music Group. You can at your own company if you start it.
Yeah.
And so I think that's something that I want to see, just more job creation, more support for small businesses. And, you know, that would be great. And I think to connect things a little more up here as well.
Definitely. I think that's quite an inspiring point to end on, Harry.
I'm a very inspiring man.
You are. I can't believe you just said that. But yeah, freelancing, I feel, is a really, like, I really appreciate what you just said in the sense that I think people are starting to cotton on to the fact that, you know, they do want perspectives outside of London. And I know I've had tons of work come through because people are starting to cotton on to the fact that, you know, they don't just want white Southerners to talk about things. They don't just want to hear from that perspective. So actually, I think in a weird sort of way, it's never been a better time to start something, give it a go. We've rambled a wee bit, but I want to leave a couple of minutes for questions. Did anyone have one? I don't know how you can top I am an incredible man. Any questions at all?
Right, if nobody has a question, I'm going to have a question.
You do it.
You can just speak, Mr.
Hello. If you're a artist that has plenty of material and you're thinking about recording, how do you find somebody like a producer to record with? And then after you record the first album, would you say release it on your own or go to somebody, show it around and hope that somebody will say, oh, that's actually pretty good?
Yeah, that's a really, I know that's a simple question, but there's a really complicated answer to that. I'll take a bit of it and then I'll pass it on.
We could break it up, couldn't
Should
we?
we
To
do
recording,
half and half?
label,
Yeah.
festival, external, there you go.
Yeah, we'll go through the life cycle of releasing a single. In terms of recording, just and finding a producer, like look around, listen, speak to bands in your area, find out who's going to be within your budget, find out who's nice, find out who you're going to have fun with, and who's not going to be too much of a sort of dictator.
Can I jump in as well?
Yeah.
You should contact the Yorkshire Sound Women Network, who have a massive pool of female and non-binary producers. There you go. Just for an example, I'm sure there's like loads of networks out there, but Yorkshire Sound Women Network are really great.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, just kind of get out there and speak to bands that you like, or try and, like, if you hear something on Spotify or other music platforms are available, like just try and do a bit of digging and find out who produced that. That's what I would do.
It's ask questions again, isn't it? All things are just flat out ask, like stuff that you like the sound of, who worked on that, stuff that you know, who worked on that.
I was just going to say, getting your track out though, like, no, don't underestimate radio play. I know you had Emily Pilbeam here earlier, like someone from BBC introducing, like it's really powerful. So definitely try and get radio play through avenues like that.
Yeah, and I think like when you're sending it to labels, like you shouldn't feel like you have to, like, what's the word? If they say no when it's not right for them, then still do it. Like, it's not just because they don't like it doesn't mean no one else is going to like it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not
be
suddenly
thick-skinned.
worthless.
Yeah.
I remember when I was a musician, I had a rule that if there was a room of 10 people, if one of them liked it, then I was winning. I'd won the lottery with that. So, like, yeah, dealing with rejection is a thing, isn't it? Don't give up.
No,
absolutely.
I think it's as an independent artist as well, it's knowing yourself and your strengths and weaknesses and your skill sets as well. You know, I think especially when it comes to having made the thing, you know, I know a friend of mine who's been in bands for years and years, has realized on a project that actually he was a producer, and he didn't need a producer, he needed an engineer. And that was revelatory for him, because he was like, oh, actually, I'm producing this record. I produce my own music. I just need an engineer. And that was like him knowing himself. And then I think, you know, when it comes to whether you want to hire people to help as well, it's whether it's, you know, what skill sets you have and whether you can do those yourself, whether you can afford to do them. You know, we work with a brilliant band from Wakefield and Leeds called My, and we're the only thing out of house they do. Jamie is a record, he owns a studio, he's a producer, so he makes their records. They do their own artwork, they do their own booking, they do their own tour management, they make their own videos, they do everything apart from their press, which we do, because they don't have that skill set in the band, and that works. And I think there's different, you know, the band I did, we didn't hire a PR company because I was in the band, so I did it. And it's like knowing your strengths as well, and knowing where you are and having that kind of confidence that, you know, and that label relationship as well. That is when you put your team in place around you, you do not have to go to them with a finished product, because part of their role as producers, as A&Rs, as marketing people, whatever, is to build on what you give them. So, you know, again, if someone says this isn't the finished product, then maybe they're not a great label, because then what are they doing for you as a label? They're just putting the record on streaming. You could do that yourself. You know, there's an element of like, yeah, having the kind of faith in your vision, I suppose, without being cheesy. But yeah, and people should help. The team you put in place should help you grow as an artist. The pressure should not be on you to give them something fully formed. That's what I would say.
Due to consultations, then.
Yeah.
Great. Was there anyone else who had a super quick question?
I have a question, actually. So, I mean, this is to anyone. But if you were to go freelance today, what would you do differently from the day that you actually did go freelance?
Ooh. Set up a savings account.
Basically, yeah. In a nutshell.
Yeah, similar kind of thing. I'd just get on make sure that I was on top of my to-do list much better than I was at the beginning. I kind of thought I could manage it without writing it down for quite a long time, and realized that that's a fundamental mistake.
Yeah.
I would more clearly define my goals, I think. Yeah.
I don't quite know, because I've also only just started. So
it's going all right so far, though, isn't it? Cool. We've got a break now, haven't we? So I do believe, are we all dashing off, or are we mingling? There's going to be a little bit of mingling, right? If anyone does have any like one-on-one conversations. Cool. Yeah. Let's take a break.
Thanks very much.
Some of the one of the names
Yes.
I'm trapped in your palm, and I'm running out of things to say to you, running out of breath. Just don't catch feelings for someone else. I'm running out of things to say. I'm running, what am I, some games we play? Just don't catch feelings, it's too soon, too much. Don't catch feelings, I'm trapped in your palm, and I'm running out of things to say to you, running out of breath. Just don't catch feelings for someone else. I'm running out of things to say. I'm running, what am I, some games we play? Just running out of things to say to you, running out of breath. Just don't catch feelings for someone else. Silver balloons, they won't say hi, busting apart, bright in the sky, and all that's left for you and I is to pick up the pieces and hold me tight tonight. Silver balloons, stay high. Pick up the pieces and hold me tight tonight. Silver balloons, stay high. Pick up the pieces and hold me tight tonight. Is it karma or just another drama? Newspapers or fish and chip favors. Did you make it? Or did you really fake it? And if you're honest, did you break your promise? Silver balloons, stay high. Pick up the pieces and hold me tight tonight. Silver balloons, stay high. Pick up the pieces and hold me tight tonight. Your trash is somebody's treasure. Your gift is another one's pleasure. Call Alice, she'll walk you through the mirror. White rabbits all killing
I blinked and lost a couple days. I can't be letting feelings get in the way when they say they might come but don't show up. We give more thanks for the ones that do show love. 'Cause now I'm seeing everything in focus. God showing me where to go, yeah. You don't even get it, but you showed up. And that's a blessing, baby. Praying on my knees in the sand, drowning in the spirits where the faith goes. I got what to do, I gotta lay low. Is that okay? Many blessings manifested, 'cause I got this and it's all mine. I can feel it, but like good wine, it'll take time. Got a phone line on the silent for the most high.
I've been riding buses, packing lunches. Like a horse stuck in traffic, I'm too antsy. Poke your chest out, hold your neck up till your head hurt. It's only you that has control, but not be afraid to hustle. All my wins, I live them true, I can't be subtle, trying to go. I'm pushing pedals to the flow with it. Big body nigga taking up my lane, I'm 10 toes in it. That's why I'm harder to reach. I'm writing verses on the back of these buses. I'm manifesting on the back of these buses. Yeah. About more times than life's been G'd up, getting money, taking trips to where it's sunny with the family that's around. We just proud to say no flexing, take no pictures, keep the energy here. You know the reason I can fuck with them, my way over there. We keep the G-strip pushing well, cause all this time before we sleeping. I guess I'm dreaming, then it's back to sleeping.
Now I'm seeing everything in focus. God showing me where to go, yeah. You don't even get it, but you showed up. And that's a blessing, baby. Praying on my knees in the sand, drowning in the spirits where your faith goes. I got shit to do, I gotta lay low.
P.S. This is to my people that love me dearly. Keep myself to myself, I don't need distraction. Every time I spend my love on a bitch, I called it practice for the real thing. My loss, you probably wish I died, but bitch, I still sing. While I'm plotting all these rumors, call these real wins. Got big appetites, we hungry, so we still slim. Keep the lights on, so I see them looking real dim. Yeah. For the things I do love, my orders given. But like the good kid preached in track 11. I hate them for the split and divide. I mean, it's hard enough just trying to survive. You know, your family telling you, you know, what you should do and why, but, you know, it doesn't align. You know, so you feel so different, you know what I mean? And like why can't I just be normal? You feel me? But, you know, I guess the answer is you can't. You know, the gift it can never be. You know, so live your truth and be you. Love those things that make you. You see, I love women, I can't get enough. This music, my drug, my ambition. My family, my brothers, my sisters, you held it down through those times when I didn't. And I'm thankful, I'm so grateful. You know, the sun that kisses my black skin and nourishes the weed I do puff from the earth. God bless. Love. T. H&D. Yeah.
If we are told that we are cold, I'm feeling like I'm 6 years old. Oh, I never bothered, what's your worth? And if we are told that we are cold, I'm feeling like I'm 6 years old. Well, I never bothered, what's your worth? What's your worth? And if we are told that we are cold, what's your worth? In your body, there's nobody but your body's lost control. And your body's too afraid to let go. And if we are cold, if we are cold, I'm feeling like I'm 6 years old, and I'm 6 years old. Nothing but bodies and it's in our head. Nothing but bodies and fuck what they said. Nothing but bodies, billion bodies. Nothing but bodies, billion bodies. Feel the way I can breathe again. Nothing but bodies, billion bodies. Feel the way I can breathe again. With nothing but bodies, billion bodies. Nothing but bodies and it's in our head. With nothing but bodies and fuck what they said. Oh, baby, don't you worry how I get it, yeah, I get it good. Ain't nobody telling me to slow down, yeah, I know I should. What am I waiting on? I'm out here having crazy fun, living life like I'm 21, no. No, I know it isn't smart, but it's just what I do. Pretending like I know what's best for me and you. Maybe I'll listen once I know that you'll be hurting too, cause I'm being selfish. And I'm not trying to hurt no one, and that's a fact. So honestly, I'm sorry if it seems like that. But you know, sometimes in life it really be like that. But it's worth it. You know, I just wanna feel your kisses. I'm not here trying to be no missus. Oh, eh. You know, I just wanna feel your kisses. I don't mean to play no games, so listen. Give me those kisses. 1 a.m. and we be drinking in the kitchen like we're married now. Baby in my feels, but trust me, I ain't trying to hold it down. And it's baby, give it just one try. But I don't mean to waste your time, cause I really ain't no finish line now. And I appreciate the effort being made, and I don't really know what else to say. Yeah, it's so sure to stop now, it's too late. And it's complicated, but you know I just wanna feel your kisses. I'm not here trying to be no missus. Oh, eh. You know, I just wanna feel your kisses. I don't mean to play no games, so listen. Give me those kisses. Don't talk to me about fate. Don't nobody no shade. These feelings, they gotta wait. We taking it day by day. Don't you dare complicate. I ain't tryna feel no way, but you know I just wanna feel your kisses. I just wanna feel your kisses. I ain't not here tryna be no mistakes. No, you know I just wanna feel your kisses. Oh, I ain't out here tryna be no missus. Give me those kisses, give me those. You know I just wanna feel Sometimes I wish I could blame the moon for it all. Sometimes I feel like the world ain't real at all. Touch the sky, but then my starlight starts to fall. I'll be dreaming, or just living, I'll be breathing, or just spinning, I'll be dreaming, or just living, I'll be dreaming, or just spinning. These empty streets form a maze, passing car light burns my gaze. Really gotta find a way out of this place. Step onto a path that shines so bright. Don't wanna be out of the moonlight. Stars collide and the sky starts to
Hello, hello, hello. Well, welcome back to Panel 3 with the episode titled The Future of Music. So I was asked to keep it let's just start by basically going into kind of the own perspective background. So I think it's really nice to start by
Yeah, sure. Guys, from London, South London, look after House of Pharaoh, Sam Wise, run the management company called Click Consulting. Yeah, former lead student, so.
David Martin. I can't promise to keep it all positive. I work at the Leaf label. We're based in Leeds. Label's been going for 26 years. Started in London originally, then my boss moved it up here. Launched artists such as Caribou, Efter Clang. We've had a couple of Mercury nominations for Polar Bear and Comets Coming. We currently have Snapped Ankles and Warm Doucher on our roster. Before that, I was a musician, still am a musician. Done a bit of touring, that sort of thing.
Hi, I'm Natalie Candell. I'm a freelance tour manager and event manager. And my way of responding to the pandemic was to lose all my work and apply for an Arts Council grant. So this year I've been really lucky to have been awarded the Developing Your Creative Practice grant. And my project was all about researching and implementing sustainability in live music. So as part of that, I have co-founded Shift Liverpool, which is a sustainability network for the cultural sector in the Liverpool City region. And I'm also the sustainability manager at Future Yard, the brand new venue in Birkenhead.
Terrific, wonderful. Okay, we're going to start with Brexit, because that's everyone's favourite subject in music. I was doing a bit of digging around, and I was focused in on the parliamentary paper that came out in February this year. The Musicians' Union were asking for reciprocal UK-EU agreements, which covered reciprocal work permits and visa-free touring for musicians and crew, the UK's continuing inclusion in Europe for audiovisual quotas, and social security cooperation, as there's often double payments. Have any of these three areas affected you and your artists and your business? And if so, how?
Go on, live music.
Well, so I'm a tour manager. My situation is interesting because I'm Dutch and I still have an EU passport, so count myself lucky. But I haven't done a European tour yet. I'm dreading the day. There's so many things involved, like carnets and work permits, and the days of, does a British band want to replace a band that's dropped out at a festival in Europe with a week's notice? Those days are just gone, I think. So yes, very much impacted my work as well as at the venue. Most bands that we've had so far at Future Yard have been British. We had one American band recently and we were all like, we've never heard this accent in this place before. Everyone was really excited of like, hopefully that's still to come, where we hear all kinds of accents within the venue. But yeah, it is scary and I am worried about it.
And what's the consequence of that loss of spontaneity?
That's kind of the magic of live music, isn't it? The spontaneity and the, one band has dropped out and another band has replaced it, or a lineup with bands from all over the world. It's the magic that's going missing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cultural exchange, isn't it? I think that Europe has become a more distant place for us, which is really a sad thing. So, I mean, I've got two hats on. The live music thing, as we've just said, like the carnets and extra paperwork and the costs involved in all of that. And I've been hearing like horror stories about bands that have been going out, and the customs agents don't actually know what to do with the carnets, so they're stuck at Folkestone for 3 hours waiting in the queue with truckers and for their paperwork to be stamped, and then they get to France and they need to get their paperwork stamped again and they don't know where to go, and it's adding hours onto your day, and you're already slogging yourself. I've toured Europe several times, lots of times, and your routing is often a 11-hour drive, and then you play, and then if you add another 5 hours onto that, it just becomes totally impossible. And then so if you have to add in another day probably to get across borders into Schengen, which will be costs on your crew, hire vans, hotels, just makes everything slower, more expensive. And my other hat, recorded music, is exactly the same thing. The record label I work for, we still do heck of a lot of physical music and LPs in particular. And the same story there. Everything is, we didn't have this cliff that we dropped off, which I was a little bit worried we would with Brexit. But the end result is that everything is slower and more expensive. That our records, the record vinyl industry was sort of creaking already, and we've got lead times of 6 months to get your vinyl back, which is a long time. I've heard other record labels talking about 9 months as well. And then there were unforeseen delays at the end of that, and then you've got to get your stuff from Germany or the Czech Republic, wherever it's being pressed, into the UK, and then there's customs delays and charges, and you can't claim your VAT back. Boring tax stuff, but trust me, I didn't get into it for tax, the record and music. And then you got to try and get it out to America or wherever your other markets are, and then there are delays in getting it out onto ships, and then into customs, into other areas. So just everything is has become slower, more expensive, and that will be borne out on customer prices. They'll have to. I'm looking at records now, and I started to see things like single LPs that are over 30 quid, which is just ridiculous. Anyway.
Well, what are the other potential ramifications of this? I mean, as a label, do you make tougher decisions? Do you go for safer choices?
That isn't really us. We sort of have this a niche where we try to sort of take chances and artists that don't necessarily fit into any safe boxes. So no, it hasn't, not yet. I don't know. Do you know what? We'll get onto this, but the pandemic has meant that vinyl sales have gone through the roof. People weren't spending their money on live music. I'm sorry, you know, it's a tale of two stories in the music industry. That one side of it just dropped off a cliff and had to stop completely, and that was awful. And you know, and then the recorded industry was selling more records than ever before, but we can't produce them quick enough. And you know, things like we'd sell out of records very quickly on release, and then we can't get an allocation at a factory to do a repress. Normally, you know, you could turn around in a month, and then you'd, you know, just sort of build on that success. But then it's gone. Once it's gone, it's, you know, I'm coming back 4 or 5 months down the line with a repress, and that demand isn't there anymore. Yeah.
Free business idea: start a plant in the UK, and you'll have many customers.
All that is happening, and it remains to be seen. You know, it absolutely needs to happen, and I've sort of thought about it myself as well. But there's also it's a huge undertaking, and the quality control and all the rest of it that goes into making good records. It's an art form as much as it is a science. So I hope it's a good one. The one we're talking about, Middlesbrough. Yeah.
Yeah, no, similarly to what David was saying, I think there's like a general air of like uncertainty when it comes to touring internationally, so Europe and the rest of the world. So at the moment with my clients working on a UK tour, and even in that sense, I think the tickets went on sale 3 months ago, and there's a lot of flip-flopping in terms of what's going to happen in terms of live music, COVID passports, all of that. And when you're locked into a touring deal already, it's a bit tricky to try and find your way around that and ensure that you're able to sell the amount of tickets you need to sell, and people comply with that as well. And I'd say, yeah, on the recorded music side, I guess on the networking front, to be able to collaborate with international artists face-to-face has become a lot more difficult. But I'd say I'm finding a lot more artists, big and small, from all over the world, willing to connect online and kind of just share music. And yeah, whether it's Instagram, whatever, Twitter, and kind of connect and say, all right, cool, I'm going to send you something over, record it on your side and send it over. So there's pitfalls and kind of opportunities there at the same time. And I find that people now coming out of, well, post-pandemic, you can say, want heightened experiences. So I guess it's finding ideas and ways of my artists on how we can heighten experiences. So how do you make a live gig more than just you playing music? Is it the merch? Is it the way we set up the space? Is it the lighting? And kind of dig deeper into how we can, you know, deepen our roots and relationships with people supporting our shows.
I mean, one of the interesting things, it's a visa-free, 19 countries are visa-free. But my understanding is that the amount of time you can stay, though, is between 7 and 180 days. Is a tour manager's job now a logistics kind of management?
Yes.
Okay.
There's issues with how much merch you can bring in as well, which don't quite tie up. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's like 1,500. You can leave with £1,500 worth of merch. I don't know whether that's your cost price or what you're selling it at. I haven't figured that out. But then when you get into going into Europe, it's only €1,000, so that's like 800 quid. So you can only leave with £800 worth of merch, which for an entire tour is nothing. And that you know, at most levels, that's where you're actually making your money as well. It's tricky, and I just don't really want to be the first ones out there doing it. I'm hoping that this sort of becomes an easier route that as we go along. You know, that I know that there are some really great groups lobbying the government, Carry On Touring, for example. And that's vital that we get that, because Europe's a massive market on our doorstep, and if we're not getting in that, you know, that's the future, is that we need to figure out a way.
And it's quite interesting that you say that you're kind of staggering, if you like. You're letting others go and
I'm
take
sure
their-
everyone. I mean, I'm sure a lot
exactly.
are.
So,
You know.
so there's a kind of stagnation in the touring scene at the moment. Is that how you perceive it in Europe?
For me, in terms of the UK, I wanted to be the first one out the gate. As soon as stuff opened up, first ones to announce. That's just the approach I've taken. But at the same time, you take on a level of risk that, okay, cool, you may let down your fans and not be able to do it. But I rather the opportunity, no risk, no reward in my eyes. So, yeah.
Is it a question of just organisation? I mean, you know, you go to America, you go to China, you go to Japan, established markets, you get your act together, no?
I know, absolutely is, and I think that's the most frustrating thing is that the deals were done so late in the day, and actually we've had a year where we haven't been touring, so the negotiations could have taken place in between now and then. But it's just where you get your hard and fast information. The government aren't providing that, and it's so it's researching and asking what people have done, and then there were certain grey areas about like your splitter vans, for example, that carry people and gear. There were question marks for a long time about whether a UK registered splitter van would be legal in Europe, and turns out I think they are. But we didn't know for ages, so and you can't, you can book a tour 6 months in advance, but unless you get that information at a point where it's useful, then that's the frustration is finding the good information that you can trust, and then until people are out there doing it, it's hard to know how any of these rules will be policed.
I mean, we can see how it's for the major labels and acts, it's fairly straightforward. There's an infrastructure to deal with it. But to representatives of the independent sector, is this a threat to your livelihood, the future of independence in music?
I definitely agree. Yeah, as we were saying, there's a lot more cost and time that has to be invested in trying to get an international tour put together that an independent might not have. But I guess it's finding like interesting ways to go around it, and at the same time really narrowing down where your key markets are and really focusing on those as opposed to trying to blanket everywhere. So I find taking that approach kind of cuts out a lot of the guessing when you hit a new market, for example. So yeah, it's a difficult one. Promoters are providing some support, but at the same time, if tickets aren't selling the same way as they used to, you can find yourself in a sticky one. But yeah.
Any upsides? Sustainability? Less people on the move?
If we really need to dig for upsides, less people on the move, I guess. And there's always been this thing of larger, more famous bands just doing one city in each country. So you would maybe only have a London show for a band that you want to see. So people from all over the country are driving down to London to go see this show. Well, maybe now people are, it's due to COVID as well, making more elaborate UK tours, which means that the fans don't have to travel as far to get to a show they want to see. So I guess I see that as a little positive for a sustainability thing. And I think it's anyway really good to involve locals and independents rather than, hitting all the big majors, all the major cities and all of that. Like, keep it more local and focus more on, the sort of national music scene could be a positive thing.
Maybe, how will it affect the festival scene, do you think?
Different lineups.
Right, okay.
I mean, if you look at the lineups that we've seen over summer this year, that was mainly due to COVID as well, but also Brexit, that the lineups were still really good, luckily, but they are different than when you can get bands from all over the world, basically, like you would in the past.
Okay, I'm going to move us on to COVID just for extra laughs. There was an ecological economist. I always like to speak to them, who had 4 predicted outcomes to the crisis. I wanted to see if we could resolve within this hour which of these we're going to go for. So he said it's going to be either descent into barbarism, which is nice, robust state capitalism, radical state socialism, and a transformation into a big society built on mutual aid. So I just wanted to put that out there so we can come back to that at the end and maybe resolve what the future is going to be after.
This is broader than music, right?
Yeah, I thought we could change the world. That's what we're here for. The Arts Council commissioned a report November last year into the impact of COVID on the creative industries. One of their key findings was that music was the hardest hit of all the creative industries sectors. In 2020, 70% of musicians saw their work fall by at least 75%. Grassroots music venues and arenas lost an average 75% of income. Technical companies lost about 95% of income. Why was music specifically hit so hard? And how did the sector make moves to help itself?
I mean, again, it was the music sector was, I think, was split into 2, into that live and recorded music, and there is a camaraderie between those 2. We, as a record label, we recognise that we can't exist without the live, arm of music, and there's that sort of community that grows up in venues like this, or Brudenell, or all around the country. That's where people hear live music, and so I think there was a sort of banding together and a community spirit that we can't let venues go under. There were a lot of moves to protect local grassroots venues, and that was great, and that was really pleasing to see. I have no idea where I'm going with this. What was the question?
Sorry, it's my why music?
How did music help itself?
All the creative industries who all had different effects of COVID. Why was that industry hit so hard?
Just because people couldn't get together. There's a huge amount of money in live music, and that's where artists are making their money more so now than record sales. So you go to the core of this, and their pie keeps getting divvied down through DSPs, through record, historical record deals, and all the rest of it. And but they're the people that this industry can't exist without. The other people are there to facilitate. Somewhere along the line that got forgotten about, but maybe we need to get back to that idea.
Yeah, I guess in the past, before the internet, bands did tours so they could promote their record and sell more records, and the tour was an expense for that. But now it's almost like, let's bring out a record so we can do another tour and make money by ticket sales, and especially selling merchandise as well. And there are some artists who've been really creative over the lockdowns of doing live streams and still managing to sell merchandise while doing that and things like that. But yeah, it's been really hard. Whenever someone says like music has been hit the hardest, I sometimes think, do I only think that because I work in that industry? And am I not thinking of all these other poor industries, which there are plenty? But yes, definitely. I'm not saying it's a good thing that happens at all, but I do think that the pandemic has given lots of music organizations some breathing space to rethink their business model and to rethink what they are doing. And so many organizations and artists and record labels and whatnot have been looking into sustainability and how to involve more environmental practice and what they're doing. And they've kind of been given, like, forced to have this time to work on that. So that's kind of a little positive note from me.
You're quite good at the positives. I was trying to think of those and I didn't really get to any.
Anything to add?
I guess another positive I'd say is going back to like what I was saying in terms of heightened experiences. I think The upside for me in terms of when we was in lockdown was thinking about the amount of demand that is creating at the moment. So, well, at the time, should I say. So, yeah, for me, it was just a moment to kind of rethink rollout in terms of how I'm actually rolling out campaigns with my artists and how that leads up to a tour and how we can make it more engaging. So then we're cutting through the noise of other artists and whatever whispers of uncertainty that are in the air. So for me, yeah, I was just thinking about how many people are going to be dying to get to a gig and how can I find them and how can they essentially find us. So, yeah.
We just touched on very briefly about live streaming, and we'll talk about that in more detail shortly. But in terms of online concerts, it was trialed, and for some, Nick Cave, very successful. Is the potential in the future for online concerts?
I'm not keen on them. Nah, there's nothing that compares to a live gig, seeing your favorite artist live in the flesh. So I don't necessarily see that happening. Maybe in other forms, like I enjoyed seeing what Travis Scott done with Fortnite and something in that realm where it's like there is a fan base and a user base that can tap into that and are already fans of his stuff and kind of being able to sell even his merch on that platform, and opening up the conversations, cryptocurrencies, as I was saying before. And just, yeah, how that's going to change the landscape for like monetizing your art at the end of the day. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wouldn't discount it. I think that there will be fans in parts of the world that you will probably never get to, even with the best will in the world. So yeah, I think it opens up another potential avenue. It's not for everyone, but if you do it smart, none of this, you need to spend some money on the production, and then you need to sort of figure out how that weighs against the potential press or either you sort of sell tickets or you're doing it for a promotional thing, and then as with anything, you sort of have to weigh up those costs. I don't know. I on the fence, really.
I think if done well, it can be really valuable. And here's another free business idea that I've had in my sustainability journey. So when I talked about people traveling from really far to get to gigs, and you saying there are parts of the world where you may never play, what if you put on a real gig, say in London in a big venue, get a really good camera crew, and exactly at the time that gig is going on, you live stream that to like cinemas all over the world where people can see it on a really good screen with a really good sound system and have that gig experience without having to fly into a city to see that. I think that would be really amazing. And that could maybe, now we've had all these different live streams, that could be something that might be of interest in the future.
I think it would be great. But I also think that to do it, you have to be at a certain level to get that level of production right, that you can sort of feel that live experience through.
Yeah, definitely. But with live streams in general, I've seen some live streams that have really worked with the medium, because when you do a live stream, you can do things that you can't do on the stage as well, and you can like cut in little videos and everything like that. And I've seen bands with low budget who've done really cool things, like a band I work with called Planet Booty. And they are as fun as the name sounds. But so they did, little videos that they've put in during the live stream while they also played live. And then there's someone like Mark Rebier who does it from his living room. And it's very sort of DIY. He's the only person in that room doing it, but still makes it really fun and special by interacting with the audience and things like that. So if done well, live streams can definitely work. But I think a lot of people during the pandemic were just like, let's put the webcam on and see if I can make some money. And it was a bit awkward and DIY sometimes. Yeah.
So basically, it needs professionalising. Sorry.
Yeah, in a way, it can be done on an independent level. We have done a live stream show at Tower Bridge outside City Hall, the Scoop. We've done a show there with House of Pharaohs, and that was a free show. Live streamed it on YouTube, not quite a cinema, but everyone in the world can technically see it. And that went down really well with pretty small budget, just a laptop and a camera, really, to make it happen, and a mixing desk to plug the audio into. So it can be done. And once you do step into the realms of wanting to do stuff, like in terms of motion on the camera and stuff like that, then you can really heighten the experience for sure. So it's doable. It's doable.
Interesting. I wanted to look at some of the government initiatives and see how they did or didn't impact the music industry. So we had a few sort of positive initiatives. Obviously, the job retention scheme, furloughing. We had the self-employed income support scheme, 1.87 billion culture recovery fund, and business rate relief, which went on, I think, when VAT relief wasn't until the 31st of March. So we've had all these initiatives which have now, one by one, kind of come to an end. But there was only 34% take up of furlough by the arts and cultural sector. Why? Clearly, it's one of the most independent, self-regulated, self-employed. What was the worry?
I mean, these are creative people. I don't think you turn off your creativity like a tap. You just find new ways to work. And that was one of the reasons why I wasn't necessarily concerned about, you saying that the music industry was one of the hardest hit during the pandemic. And I wasn't overly concerned about it sort of bouncing back and finding new ways to exist during the pandemic, simply because it's creative people with a drive that want to make music and everything that goes around with that. So I think maybe furlough didn't happen a great deal because we were, I speak for myself, but we were working from home and we were just making things happen in a slightly different way. Yeah.
The Cultural Recovery Fund, very small uptake from the music sector. Any reasons for that?
I think do you know what? Rock and roll just isn't used to taking money from the government. It feels like it's stuff, that
they might ask for it back.
Yeah, it feels like it's stuff that was for orchestras, and it's never come naturally to us. We kick against the government at a possible opportunity.
And I guess it's the information as well. Whether whoever was privy to that would have taken the opportunity, I guess. So there is a level of that in terms of self-employed artists who are consumed in their music and still recording at home or at a mate's studio or a studio that they're comfortable going to. So you're not necessarily thinking about what's the government going to do for me, more what am I going to do for myself. So
yeah.
I definitely think that lots of music organizations or self-employed people didn't think any of the funding applied to them. And the same with the fund that I applied for, Develop Your Creative Practice, which was originally for artists of any type of discipline. And someone posted in a touring Facebook group, I think, saying, oh, in the small print, it says they've now sort of elaborated it to arts practitioners, including sound engineers or lighting designers. So it didn't say tour managers, but I thought I'll give it a try and I'll put in my motivation why I think I fall under the bracket. And when I submitted it, I did think, I don't know if this applies to me. They might see it and think, what are you doing here? But then when I got it, I did put out on a few groups saying, just so everyone knows, I was eligible, you should all try it too. And I got multiple people asking me for some advice, and some of them were successful afterwards as well. So it is a lack of information as well, often thinking that it doesn't apply to us.
We did take up loans and stuff as well. But yeah, it's just about being switched on and the people that you're talking to, and that doesn't necessarily reach to all corners, unfortunately. I don't know. That's
Yes, some of the research came back that's saying that, you know, it's a sector that's just not used to asking for public sector funding. You know, it's just not the way it, and then having to go through the the detail of a funding form and have to justify everyone's working position and legitimacy.
It's not fun. It's not rock and roll.
It's not rock and roll, no.
Yeah.
Does this now bring us on to kind of thinking about how the music industry needs to help itself? I mean, we talked about kind of local cooperation, but is there something more, you know, if the government isn't the source of recovery and it isn't a natural bedfellow for music, is there something that needs to be more self-organized? I mean, music is very well organized in terms of petitioning, but is it well organized in terms of keeping each other alive, keeping each other as an industry working from the bottom up?
I think it is on a ground level, but I feel from the top down in terms of artists being paid enough for their money to be able to survive any kind of situation, that's what needs changing. So yeah, I find it difficult to expect artists to be surviving in a pandemic if they have a lack of information and at the same time are being undervalued in terms of what they're being paid by DSPs. So
Okay. Trying to think of some positives of COVID. You know, there is a precedent, if you look at the whole of cultural history, that great times of adversity, we know the cliche. Yeah, so, you know, bubonic plague, 50 million died, but
some great records
we
came
had the
out in that.
Renaissance.
Yeah.
So what is the musical legacy of COVID? What's coming out that's, you know, people went back to the bedroom, started making stuff again, in more sort of domestic production, experimentation. Are we seeing any results from this?
I mean, I think we will continue to see the results, and you know, whether it's the pandemic or Brexit or both, and it's, you know, the governmental response to the pandemic, and I think there's a lot to be angry about, and I think that anger is a really great energy to put into records and stuff that sort of tackles that head on in a creative way. Anyway, I'm here for it, and I'm sure there's a massive market for it. And you know, there's always great music happening, and you know, I just hope yeah, I think, and the next sort of few years will bear this out. I think that there's some, you know, really great artistic responses to that.
Is there anything that you've come across that you can highlight as being a trend that's come from that time?
In the music, I would.
It's too soon.
Yeah, I think for the music, it's a little bit soon, but I'm not sure. I think in terms of what surrounds the music is what we're seeing more. I think more interesting campaigns that can engage you from home is what I'm starting to see in music, particularly in hip hop. If you know of a guy called Millions, he done a thing called Provisional License is the name of his project. And around that, he's like done content with like celebrities around it, started like a game show online and stuff like that. So I think you're going to see, yeah, just more interesting campaigns to be able to gravitate towards, as opposed to just putting the music out and having it there. I think people know now there's more that's required to cut through and actually penetrate. So yeah.
That's interesting.
I think I'm giving a really mainstream example, high level, but artists have this sort of album cycle with like releasing an album, doing tours around the world, and like they only release albums every 2 or 3 years because they have to work through this whole process. But so, for example, Taylor Swift had just released her Lover album and was supposed to do this massive world tour, which got cancelled. So instead, she wrote another 2 albums that she released in like 6 months' time, which was very unusual for an artist like that. And there are a few other artists who've done things like that, who were just forced to, you know, be home instead of be on tour, and then looked at other things that they were doing and created things that they otherwise wouldn't have created, which I think was really interesting outcome from that.
Okay, well, this takes us into streaming very nicely, so thank you for that. So another parliamentary paper, but it is worth looking at them. July of this year, a parliamentary paper on music streaming to DCMS. Artist remuneration addressed the disparity in power between creators, and companies. Is there a disparity, and why?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is based on historical record deals. A lot of, that they set the template, and major record labels have a lot to answer for. They hold stakes in Spotify. So they're getting money through the back door, whilst their artists are getting the paltry royalty rate. It was a chance, and I guess this, it's still being talked about, but the whole digital music revolution was a chance to sort of tear all of that down, and it was just sort of rebuilt in the same model as previously, unfortunately. I mean, I didn't really get a chance to talk about what when you were talking about Brexit and how that affects sort of indies and majors, and I think that the gap there will just get larger because these big recording companies have the resources to have specialists to sort out all of their tax implications, and they'll have little companies set up in all of these territories and claiming their VAT back and all the rest. We've got 4 people, and that's the creative team, and we're trying to sort out our taxes and all the rest of it. So they're going to be making hay whilst we're trundling through all this crap. And it's the same. And I don't know what the answer is, but I know, I'm certainly following it with interest. I'm just the grumpy old guy that complains about everything here, but this is where we're at.
I mean, just to add some stats to that, just because I'm a bit boring that way. Universal, Sony, Warner combined value now $100 billion from streaming, which is just extraordinary. How does
these are multinational companies, so that money's just going and probably sitting offshore somewhere. So, Brexit was a great opportunity, apparently, to remodel again, but they've just handed the power to multinationals, whilst the independents that were working our asses off still are. It wasn't a cliff. It's just everything got slightly worse and more expensive, more difficult, and that's just sort of skimming the money that was going to the artists or the creatives a little bit more. Yeah, I'm angry.
Clearly, yeah, rightly so.
Is the question whether there is a disparity between?
Yeah, this disparity between what are the reasons behind this and why isn't it? Streaming isn't a new thing.
Yeah,
it's been talked about a lot. There's been lots of parliamentary papers. Why are we still having the conversation, I suppose?
Yeah, I think you put it pretty clearly that the key stakeholders are still the major labels. So the structure behind it is still going to be quite archaic in the way that, it's them first and the creators last. So long as they're essentially in power or have a voice within that world, it's going to be difficult for artists, particularly independents, to be able to see enough money from streaming. But I feel, at the same time, it's the nature of the way things are, in a sense, because obviously the majors hold massive catalog. And if they say they don't want that catalog on those streaming platforms, then it shoots us in the foot either way, because then there won't be enough users on the platform to listen to independent artists. So it's a bit of a catch-22 in a way. But I feel it just needs to be reevaluated in the way that, money is moving around those companies and between your Spotify's and who their stakeholders are and the independents that are, utilizing the platform as well. But I feel things could change with independent artists maybe wanting to distribute their music in different forms and fashions, maybe going towards physical and stuff like that. But it's a tough ask. It's a tough ask.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough time. It's a time when I think the multinationals have clearly exploited the vulnerability of the economy and the music industry. Live Nation hoovered up all the small festivals.
Disaster capitalism. Yeah. And, you know, it's not just music, but, you know.
Yeah, yes. I mean, but there's, another report, September, so just last month, top 1% of artists account for 80% of all streams. 10% account for 98% of all streams. The mainstream is winning, folks. What are we going to do? What can be done?
That's the frustrating thing, is I don't know. I think awareness, transparency, all of that stuff, when you enter into let's say, a major record label comes knocking, then have a think about this stuff. And I'm not saying, I'm not going to say don't, but just have a think and be aware of how that money, that pie is getting sliced. Go into it with open eyes. And, music groups will continue to lobby as they have done over the last few years, and, beyond that. I don't know. Change will be slow, I suspect.
Okay, so gone to a positive.
Go on.
I'm trying. It's like being a comedian. It's made releasing music so much simpler. There's another report saying that in 2020, 65,000 new songs were uploaded each day. There are pros and cons to that, aren't there?
Big time.
There's a lot of noise there. Yeah.
So how do we filter through it? How does, how do we manage content? How do we curate content production in a way that makes sense for development of music rather than saturation?
I think I've always said that it's about telling stories and putting your music into context. And that goes for, just making a name for yourself on a local live scene, have a think about how you're presenting, what you're telling people, what you're not telling people. You don't have to give them everything. No one wants to read a 3-page bio about how you met at university or whatever. Do some myth making as well. Tell a story and make it stick. And that's always been the case, historically, I think.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think, what was it, 65,000 songs a day?
Yeah.
So that is a lot of music to cut through. As I was saying, it's finding interesting ways to engage your fan base. And that comes from telling a story and finding touch points within your story, or come from my perspective, my client's story, and certain things that I know about him, or the collective that will translate into the people or listeners that we want. And at the same time, being proactive and looking at your streaming data as much as you can and understanding what it means for, how many tickets you can sell, or where you should be marketing your next album, whether it's a particular city or town in a remote place that is all of a sudden listening to your music. That's when you should be adding fuel to the fire.
I was looking at a thing called trigger cities.
Yeah.
Where you sort of Jakarta and Mexico City and these places that have huge streaming numbers, and they are relatively cheap to market to, so you can wind your streams up quite big time with very little money. I don't know if that translates to a sort of an international, but potential to go out there and tour, maybe somewhere along the line, but interesting.
I mean, it has, one of the upsides clearly is the global audience. That it's now become we're not talking about world music as something exclusive to the, but it's also kind of let through things like K-pop which, like it or not, is the most dominant force in the music industry at the moment. But how does that then leave something like English music, British music? Is it seen as nostalgic still? Is it seen as something of the past? How are we moving forward? How are you moving forward?
I don't know what British music means. The exciting thing is that it's a whole load of different things to different people and a whole load of cultures, and that's was always exciting and should be celebrated. No, I mean it just gives us the chance to sell abroad in the same way. It's always been good. I think that the frustrating thing is that the market that's next door to us has just been sort of, the door has been not closed, but just sort of, it's probably closed but not locked.
Yeah.
But that's the most frustrating thing. But streaming's open the door.
I think there is a clearer roadmap in terms of live touring that streaming has opened up to me, in the sense that, just following the numbers and seeing that, okay, cool, there is a fan base growing out in that city, in whichever region, and seeking to just grow that bit by bit and find out how you can, though you're in Leeds and you have a fan base in London or whatever it may be, how can you engage with those fans virtually, even at this point. So I think the information that you can get back is a lot more useful than you think. I think, as we're saying, particularly in UK rap and hip hop, like the market of Europe's always been there, but I think people have lacked the information on where, when, and how to attack it. So I think that's kind of open now to allow, artists, obviously at the biggest level, Skepta, be able to cross over and make waves in other continents. So
Interesting. How are we doing for time? Sorry, I didn't. Very helpful. I didn't bring that. We're okay. All right. Okay. Well, let's just whiz right on to the last day. I mean, the future of music. How do we look at it? But let's look at some of the kind of political and social issues. Yesterday, there was the release of the Black Lives in Music survey, which was one of the biggest surveys ever done in terms of the experience of people of colour in music industry. So here's some hideous findings. Conclusive evidence systematic racism exists in the UK music industry. 86% of Black music creators agree that there are barriers to progression. 86%. The number rises to 89% for Black women and 91% for Black creators who are disabled. 3 in 5, 63% Black music creators have experienced direct or indirect racism in the industry, and more than 71% racial microaggravations. Why are we still at this stage? What can be done? Why? This is like reading something from 1974.
I mean,
what are your thoughts?
It's awful to hear, and that these are important conversations that we should have been having for a long time, but it actually feels like maybe they're on the table now and we're actually having them. And it's, access to, I guess traditionally a lot of music came out of affluent, sort of through affluent people, and they were the gatekeepers, and they would sort of open the door to their friends. And we need to make sure that, when there's funding from the government for the arts, that means it's open to everyone, and it's and everyone is being represented within that.
But this is more beyond that, isn't it? It's about sort of the institutions in which music is created and produced and disseminated. They are fundamentally racist.
I'm disgusted by that.
But are you surprised?
No.
Right. Interesting, isn't it?
I was surprised. 86% me out. No, it is. It's I don't know.
I'm not surprised. It's also not just the music industry, it's everywhere. So I guess that's also why I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm surprised. And I think it's important to take heed that it's actual experiences people are experiencing that make up these statistics, if you get what I mean. I wouldn't say I've experienced a great deal of it myself per se, but I'd say there are certain aspects of the music industry that are made a little bit more difficult, if you get what I mean. So, for example, touring at Electric Brixton, where we're doing on the 27th of October with Samwise, we get charged extra security just because it's a high risk event. But then 75% of our fan base is white, if you get what I mean. So it's an interesting one. I don't know. It takes shape in those forms, and I would say for me, it hurts both financially and, you know, as being a person, a black person, if you get what I mean. So yeah.
Should there be more government intervention? Is that one of the answers?
I mean, well, that, you know, as we were saying, that there was funding available, and it wasn't taken up by a large proportion, and I suspect a lot of that was from these communities. But that's the messaging that the government is sending out and continues to, and the rhetoric and all of the rest of it that's gone with Brexit and the current lot that are in government. Sadly, it's right. You know, it's right at the top, and it's all the way through. And
yeah, I mean, there's been some positive campaigning, particularly more on gender, but, you know, the PRS have said that 50-50 of their board will become white, black, male, female, etc. You know, does it need to be more positive action to actually just make some practical shifts so that the institution of the boys' club is sort of whittled down one by one?
Yeah, representation.
Yeah, representation for, you know, all minorities definitely important, and just diversity in all ways. And this is again with looking to your local community as well. Just involve all the people that, you know, live around your organization, whoever they are, and give them opportunities.
That's something you've been involved in.
Yeah, so at Future Art, the venue, we are very involved in the community. And so one example is we've got a program to get young people to come work in the music industry. So young people between 16 and 24, they can join our program, which is free to them, which they get hands-on experience with the technicians and event managers in the venue. And with that as well, we want people who are local, and we very much look at diversity and gender equality as well in that.
I think we've run out of time, haven't we? Sorry.
Where's the stage manager?
Are we out of time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just throw it open for questions then.
Yeah, I'd love to know what people are thinking right now.
We've covered a lot of ground.
Yeah.
Hi, I was just saying this isn't really a question as much as a response to what's been said. I mean, I feel like as the artist, as the venues, like smaller venues, there is so much potential to kind of create events that are not necessarily that expensive, that give a platform to many people at once, scratch nights, you know, cabaret style things. Maybe just take a chance on people just to kind of outreach rather than asking. But this is not directed at anyone in particular, but again, like, I'm angry, I'm upset on behalf of people who just feel like they're locked out. And really, we just have to realize that we have leverage and we have power, because the art at the end of the day is what people want to buy and what people want to see. And if you give it all away for free online, it's going to get eaten up by these monopolies. And we just have to kind of keep a bit back that's exclusive for the people that are actually turning up to the venues and the people that are actually supporting each other. Say, if you want to see this, come and support it, and then it will shift back the other way. But we're just obsessed about streams and online and stuff. And I just, even Facebook Live, I can't use that because I don't want Google Chrome, because I hate Google. And it's kind of like it locks you out if you've got principles. And it shouldn't be the case, because we actually have a lot of opportunity to share this stuff and to just say fuck it to the industry.
It's increasingly difficult to have a moral compass in all of this. You've got to get into bed with some shit people, or you don't, but then you have to accept. I mean, I don't know. I completely feel where you're coming from, and I'm not going to judge anyone on, you know, what browser they use or services, but you've got to pick and choose where your line is, and that's, you know, everyone, not just music.
Any other questions?
Hi, right. My question is just to do with the whole like London thing and stuff. Like, do you think like living in Leeds and like, you know, creating a buzz around here and stuff, there's as much opportunity, or would it be like better or worse in comparison to like you know, being around London? Like, how does like Leeds? Do you think you can make it just in Leeds, or do you think you sort of have to move to like London to like, you know, get in with like the big people and the people at the top sort of thing?
Would you move?
No, I wouldn't move, but I wouldn't move from London, but I don't think you can just make it in either place, if you get what I mean. As I said, you can't have to be everywhere, but you can start a fan base or some sort of following or traction from your hometown. I feel, yeah, people understand quality music at the end of the day. Not everyone will adapt to it and adopt to it straight away, but I think you can start something. So I think there's a lot less noise in Leeds. So that for me is a bit of an opportunity. And yeah, going down to London, it's like having to completely readapt to a new space and doing all of that stuff, where I feel there is people who are willing to take on new music here. And it's just, yeah, making sure that you're pushing it correctly so that people are like have access to it at the end of the day. And you're wanting to grow beyond your immediate fan base.
This is a question I've heard a lot over the years, and I think my answer to that's probably the same. I think Leeds is well enough set up with enough venues, enough stuff happening that you can make things happen here, and you can you can build a fan base up. But the thing that it has in its favor is you can make mistakes here as well. You can learn your craft. You know, if that's live music, you can have a crap gig, and then you can learn to have a better gig next time, and then even better one next time. If you go down to London and maybe you've got a bit of buzz about you because, you know, something's blown up online, you'll have representatives of all those big record labels coming to see you, and if the stage show isn't ready, you're written off. You know, you have to start again. You have to build it all back up. You know, maybe change your stage name or whatever, write new songs. I think Leeds sort of has this sort of environment and a community that supports it. That when the time is right, people will start paying attention in London if that's what it is. Or, you know.
Yeah, and it really depends what kind of artist you want. There's a question I ask all the artists and producers that I manage. What kind of artist do you want to be? That's like the number one question. And a lot of the time it's like a lot of artists want to be global and international. So you have to think that way in a way as well, if you get what I mean. And that's far beyond London, if you get what I mean. So yeah, with the tools that you're given online now, like you can be sat in your bedroom in Leeds and market directly to somebody and wherever in the world, so long as they're on Facebook, Instagram, or anything else. So
it's cheaper to live up here as well.
Yeah, literally. So yeah, I think there's opportunity to create something cool up here. So it's just finding the gaps in what is everybody else doing and how can I look different to that, so I stand out here, and again use the opportunity to make your mistakes and be ready for when you hit a bigger market.
Okay. Any final
questions? I've got a question. This is for Gaius. I've got two questions actually. Do you think that the ecosystem of music distribution channels such as Link Up TV, GRM Daily, SBTV, do you think that those channels are good for building yourself up as a producer, not a rapper. And the second question is, going off what you said about international, getting known internationally, do you really think that UK artists really need to be chasing that American bag, or do you think that there's enough here in the UK for them to be satisfied?
So your first question was, what was your first question again? Sorry.
The first
Link Up
question-
TV and as a producer.
As a producer, do you think that the ecosystem that we have here, as in Link Up TV,
Yeah.
SBTV, JRM Daily, is it a good ecosystem to come up in as a producer, not a rapper?
It's that same question. What kind of producer do you want to be?
Yeah.
That's what I manage a producer now recently called D Sharp. And I asked him, what kind of producer do you want to be? And you can choose to work with artists that are on that platform. I see you got a No Days Off hat, so you know Nux.
Oh, yeah, you
He
know this one, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He releases on his own platform. So it's like there is opportunity there. So at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself what kind of artist you want to be. And that will in turn like inform your decisions onto whether you use those platforms, whether you don't, or whether you find yourself somewhere in between. And then your second question was,
Yeah, do you really think that UK artists need to be chasing that American bag, or do you think that there's enough in the UK for them to be satisfied?
I personally don't think there is enough in the UK to be satisfied. And I don't say that to say that, you know, America is where it's at, because my focus in terms of House of Pharaohs is very much like Eurocentric, and I'm trying to focus on penetrating European markets because I know they have a history of, you know, supporting hip hop groups and collectives in general. So I don't necessarily think that America is, you know, the be all and end all. I think it makes sense for certain artists, and I think it doesn't make sense for certain artists. I have an artist whose sound is a bit more Afrocentric, so I'm going to push his sound in Africa a bit more than I do anywhere else. So it's about the sound and where it can connect. And then going on from there, I think that's when you then put yourself in a position to choose whether I'm going to conquer this next territory or develop this one that I'm in, or focus on a particular city, if you know what I mean. So I don't think America is the be all and end all.
Nice one.
Are we out of time? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Thank you so much. Really, I'm sorry. Lots of questions. I don't know where to go with this, but the future's interesting. I think that's the conclusion I can come from. It's diverse, it's interesting, and it's to be claimed. So, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
And we're back with the keynote in conversation with Nick Hodgson in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Let me hold this tears inside. Said I'm blessed, said I'm fine. Never call me home. I don't care and I don't share. Said I'm blessed, I'm fine. I said that I'm blessed, I'll find you easy on my arm. I said that I'm blessed, I'll find you easy on my arm. Hold me close and I'll tell you why you got my heart. 'Cause I said that I'm blessed, I'll find you easy on my arm. And I'll go deep to the end of time, where the black holes creep, until I see 4, 4, 5. Said I'm best on the side, no, call me cold like it's all my fault. I said you're a special one, you said you left me alone. Why won't you see my pain? Why won't you let me in? Why won't you hit me out? But you said I said it, I'm messing up, easy on my arm. I said it, I'm messing up, easy on my arm. Hold me close and I tell you why you got my heart. 'Cause I said it, I'm messing up, easy on my arm. I said it, I'm messed all up. I said it, I'm messed all up. Yes, I said it, I'm messed all up. I said it, I'm messed all up. I said it, I'm blessed, I'm easy on my arm. I said it, I'm blessed, I'm easy on my arm. Hold me close and I tell you why you got my heart. 'Cause I said it, I'm blessed, I'm easy on my arm. I said it, I'm blessed all over. I said it, I'm blessed all over. I said it, I'm blessed all over.
Two things you should always bring up in public: religion and politics. Drink our wine, read our literature. This is your church now, your prayers are liquid. We got hold of the wrong revolution and pickled you in it. Got you drunk enough to promise us that you'd quit. Stuck between a rock and a fight we cannot win. But you weren't here like singing king of shit over my violin. When the ice is melted, what's the plan? It's getting hot and we're running out of chance. Will you go find somewhere to dance off the beat and talk to the foreigners on your street? Or will you go down? But don't focus on that. Focus on my hymn. You wanna hear that singing big shit on the
Hello. Hi, everybody. Hello, hello, Leeds. Are you ready to hear about the music industry? Yeah, I can't hear you. The music industry. Yeah. Yes. Well, I'm buzzing. Because we've got a very special, highly talented, multi-skilled musician with us in the room today. He'll be here in just a moment. It's Nick Hodgson. P.S. It's Nick Hodgson. A little something about who I am. My name is Kathy Booth, and I'm a journalist and a reporter at BBC Look North. My specialism is music. That's what I get excited about. So I've covered loads and loads of festivals, Leeds Festival, Tramlines, Live at Leeds, and I've interviewed a lot of bands and artists as well. Recently, Youngblood, Jake Bugg, Stereophonics, Jarvis Cocker, amazing life highlight that was, and the Kaiser Chiefs as well, among my days. So in addition to all of that stuff, I think the reason that I've been chosen to do this particular interview is that I'm of a certain vintage, back in the early noughties, when the music scene in Leeds was extremely exciting. I was going out dancing every week at various nightclubs like Pigs at the Hi-Fi Club and the Village Green Preservation Society at Milo's. Anybody remember those? The Session at the Cockpit? Come on, someone's been to the Session. Hey, yes, good. Is that Tom Goodhand? No, somebody else. Anyway, it was an exciting time, and there was a young DJ there at that time playing records by the likes of the Ravenettes and Hot Hot Heat, and he was also a drummer in a band. And there before our eyes, this young DJ, this young drummer, his band became very famous indeed, and they stopped playing our little club nights and started headlining festivals and playing absolutely massive gigs. And of course, they were the Kaiser Chiefs. And they went on to become one of the biggest bands of the noughties. So that was Nick Hodgson was the DJ, the Kaiser Chiefs were the band, and it was one hell of a time. So to tell us more about that time and what's happened since, will you please give a huge welcome to Nick Hodgson. That was Parkinson. Hi. You have that one.
Am I sitting? Hi.
Yeah.
Am I sitting on this set?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Good start.
What an introduction. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. So we've started talking about that time, 2003, 2004. Take me back to that time. You were DJing, you were in an early version of the Kaiser Chiefs. Take us back.
Actually, we were Parva when I first started doing Pigs with Ricky. We were Parva. So it's, let me think, 2001. And I was DJing at the Cockpit. And I was doing I was in the little room at the Cockpit. I was supposed to do new music, only new music. And then it kind of morphed into, actually, it was quite good because there was a lot of new music coming out. Like, so do you remember like the Detroit scene?
Yes.
It was like 2001. There was this compilation called Sympathy for the Recording Industry. And it had all these bands on, like the White Stripes, the Greenhorns, and I don't know who else, Electric Six, all these bands. And it was all this garage rock.
Brothers. Remember them?
Yeah.
Brothers. We all had mullets, didn't we? We all wore trucker caps.
I didn't have a mullet.
We all wanted to be American, or I did.
Yeah. No, a lot of people, yeah. So that was a big scene, and that kind of just sort of started at the time I was starting to DJ, which is really, really cool. And the Strokes, obviously.
Of course.
The Strokes. And then it was the Hives and all these bands, all this garage rock stuff. And then we decided to our own night because of all this music. I often think, would I be able to do the same thing now? Start a whole night based on only new music? And I don't know if I could, but right then we were very lucky. We had this amazing time. It was like only 5-6 years after like Oasis and Britpop and stuff, maybe 7 years after. And so obviously the Strokes came along and just changed everything. And so we decided to start this night, and it was called Pigs.
It was so good. It was so good. It was the last Tuesday of every month. And I was saying to Nick before we came out, like, when I first went there, I felt like, you know, it was my people. Like, I can get on here. And it was a club night that changed lives, I think.
Yeah, we didn't play any Oasis. We didn't play any Stone Roses. We didn't play the Smiths even. And I love the Smiths. Well, I love all those bands. But it was really important not to play anything like that. We didn't. I think we maybe played like Pulp, but we played just all this new stuff. And then I used to throw in like strange things, like, well, not they weren't strange, but like Michael Jackson, and because it was also there was a club night in London called Trash, which I never went to, but the whole concept was. Also Electro Clash had just come out as well. Anyone know Electro Clash? Look it up, kids. It's a quality genre. But if you did have a tattoo that said "I love Electro Clash," it will definitely be out of date now.
Yeah. So obviously you were in the band at that time as well.
Oh yeah, we were Parva. So we were trying at that point to be garage rock. So our set consisted of like a whole load of genres in one sort of 30-minute set. It wasn't working. It was a bit of a mishmash. We had some good bits, but we didn't have any good songs. Well, we didn't really have good songs, but we had a lot of other things that were good.
Yeah, it was the start of something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And there were a lot of bands around at that time. Are there any sort of Leeds bands that never got the critical acclaim that you feel they should have got?
Yeah, we used to love this band, Sammy USA. And they got signed. They were called Jules. They got signed to Nude, I think. No, they got signed to Island, actually, when they were Sammy USA. And I don't think the album came out, but they were dead good. They
Yeah.
were our favourite.
But it worked for you. You were the band of that time.
It's probably because of that,
made
actually.
it.
To be fair, it was because of that, because they got signed to Island and we were just like, what about us?
How did it happen? What happened? Talk me through that time.
Okay.
And when did you realise, like, holy cow, we're going to make it?
Well, it was a lot to do with pigs. So we'd read this. I'd read this thing that there was various bands that were doing club nights as well, like in London and stuff. And I thought, okay, we're going to do that. That's what we're going to do. And that really informed all the DJing and the club nights. Really informed how our music went. It got more like popular because you could tell. I could tell we used to rehearse on a Saturday morning as well as other times during the week. But on the Saturday morning, I'd been DJing on the Friday night at the Cockpit, and I'd come into the rehearsal on the Saturday morning, and it'd be like, okay, I know which drum beats are working. I know what the kids like now. Because I thought I was old then. I was like 24, 25. And so the kids were like 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds. And I was looking at them and thinking, okay, they really react to this, this, and this. Basically Blondie. If I ever put a Blondie record on, everyone would dance. So we just copied the Blondie beats and just added music on top.
Were there any particular individuals who were key in helping get the Kaiser Chiefs into the mainstream?
Okay, so I digress. There was a guy called Tim Johns who wrote for The Enemy. Is that where you were going with?
I remember Tim Jones
Okay.
had your back, and I remember thinking, how did they get that?
Yeah, so we invited him to DJ at a club night for some reason. I don't know how, but I did invite him. He came, he DJ'd a few times, and then eventually I told him I also had a band. We were called Kaiser Chiefs at this point. I said, we've got a band. I played in the demo, and he loved it. Then the next thing I remember, this is how we knew something was happening, because we did our second gig supporting Franz Ferdinand at the Cockpit, in the middle room of the Cockpit, right? Little room. And he rang me up a few days later, and he said, and my phone rang, and I was like, oh, it's Tim Johns from NME. It's like, he was a major guy. And he said, so how was the gig? I was like, oh, it's amazing. Yeah, I did this, this, and this. He goes, all right, that's probably enough. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, well, I'm going to review it. That's it.
Oh, and he just interviewed you, done a stealth interview.
He just asked me. I'd reviewed our own gig, and then the next week it was in NME, my review of our own gig. And I was like, okay, fucking all right. It was only a little mention because it was a Franz Ferdinand review. I don't know who was, maybe, I don't know. I can't remember. Maybe it was a Kaiser Chiefs review, but it was my words.
Wow. Oh.
So I thought, hang on, something's happening here, because we tried for like 7 years to get into the NME.
And you can't underestimate how significant that publication was in getting your name out there. Can you think of an equivalent now?
Spotify.
Oh.
It really is. Spotify is like NME was then. The influence that it has. Like if you work for the NME in the noughties, or even the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, record companies and people, agents and people in bands and artists and everything would always, if there was somebody in the room that would work for NME, it'd be like, oh no, we need to speak to that guy from NME. It's the same with Spotify now. If there's somebody in the room who works for Spotify, there's a queue of people like, hey, have you heard my demo?
Wow.
And, getting onto playlists and like getting on a playlist would be like the equivalent of having single of the week in the NME, which is what we had with our demo, and that made all the difference.
Amazing. And when, you know, the ascent to fame, I remember the first time I saw you on T4, I was like, oh my God, it's those guys from the cockpit on T4. Tell me some of your favorite times from the band.
T4.
Ha! It's all about Vernon Kay with
Does
you.
anyone know what T4 is? Is it still on? Okay, and he's shaking his head. I do know him, I do. Is T4 not on?
No.
What's the equivalent of T4?
YouTube or something.
Spotify. So basically, anything good is now Spotify.
So were there pinch yourself moments where you met your heroes? Who were you most starstruck to meet?
Dave Grohl was always my hero, and we told. I mean, there was so much stuff. It was getting crazy. It was really getting crazy because we were just like when we did Live 8. I can see Simon. He's in the back of the room there. He's waving now.
There he is.
He's a current Kaiser Chief. I haven't seen him for 10 years. That's not true. Sorry. Oh, right. Anyone heard of Live 8? Okay, Live 8.
Yeah, you were in Philadelphia?
Yeah, we were in Philadelphia.
That's wild.
So somebody asked me the other day, what's the biggest crowd that you've ever played to? And I said, I think it's 1 million people. And that's what we were told at the time. There's 1 million people actually in the audience.
Oh,
and I
there.
had to look it
imagine
up.
that from the lens of COVID.
Yeah.
1 million people in one place. Oh, no, so
And
go on. What was that
Yeah,
like?
I don't know. Well, we were on Live 8, and we were on first in the Philadelphia leg of Live 8, which is so odd. And I think after us was Will Smith, and it was like, and so when was that? 2005, yeah. And so we'd been at the Joseph Well. Anyone know Joseph Well?
Oh God. Woo! Yes.
So we played like in January. It was mad. Honestly, 2005 was the maddest year of my life, Simon's life, and I assume lots of other people's lives.
Probably mostly yours, to be fair. I was still in Leeds, but probably working at Morrison's. No, so
Simon used to work at Morrison's.
Which one? Not Merrion Centre. Horsforth. I was in Bakery, Merrion Centre. Now then, enough Morrison's chat.
I don't think it is enough Morrison's chat.
Isn't it? Have you seen the new one in Kirkstall? They sell hot pizzas there now. They got rid of the rotisserie chicken. There's hot pizzas. There's burgers.
Have they still got
you get it on Deliveroo.
Market Street?
Yeah, that's still there. But they got rid of the steamy veg they had for a while.
Good.
Now then, we digress.
I think that's a good message. Replace veg with pizza.
Yes.
I think we could all learn from that.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. Have any people, famous people, who you met in in your time at the Kaiser Chiefs, have they gone on to become real friends in real life? People you were a fan of, you know.
Do you know what? Let me think.
Because I mean,
do you know? All I think about is Dave Grohl and how he's not my friend.
Oh, so close.
It upsets me.
Time.
It genuinely upsets me when I see him. When I was a kid, I used to I made my own "I Love Dave Grohl" T-shirt, but when we toured with him, we did 2 tours. We toured in America and we toured in Australia, and it was honestly it was just dream come true. He'd come into our dressing room. I almost said my dressing room as though I had a separate dressing room, but I didn't. He came into our dressing room after every gig and would just like, hey, sit down like that. And he'd be talking, he'd be like mentioning Kurt Cobain. I'd be like, do you mean Cobain?
Yeah. Holy cow. Play it cool.
Yeah. He was dead good. So and then today me and Simon are on this WhatsApp group for Leeds United, and somebody who used to be my drum tech back in the 2005, whatever, he was reading the Dave Grohl book, and he said, he didn't mention the time when so basically we'd done this gig with them in Denver, and we'd it was like me, Simon, and Dan, I think. Not many others. Weren't any others, was it? It's just me, Simon, and Dan, the drum tech. We went to this bar with Dave Grohl,
Oh.
and there was a band on. There was just a duo playing acoustic stuff, and they saw Dave, and then they did some songs, right? The duo, and then did Dave sing with them? I can't remember. Anyway, then we did I Predict a Riot somehow.
Wow.
Me and Simon, and Dave Grohl came on stage and sang I Predict a Riot with us. And at that point, I was like, okay,
What?
let's have another Jaeger.
Yeah. So that was your pinch yourself moment. That does sound like a dream you had.
And then
So
we
that
came
really
back.
happened.
We came back to the band bus, and like, because there's 5 people in the band, and only 2 of us decided to go out that night with Dave Grohl. It was like, maybe you should have done.
So did you lord it over the others with that?
It wasn't that kind of atmosphere, really. If you walked in and started lording it up, it wouldn't have gone down well.
Right.
You had to sort of break it to them. I'm sorry. Be like, I'm sorry, but we've just been on stage with Dave Grohl singing I Predict a Riot.
And was this about the point that you got kicked out the band, or?
Yeah.
No, only joking. We'll
No,
get to
I
that later. So
didn't get kicked out.
No, I know. I'm sorry. What was life on tour like? Did you have a life of excess?
No, it was mainly horrible. No, it wasn't. It was okay. I didn't love it. It was just too busy for me.
What's it like? What give me an average. You're in the middle of a tour. What's your day?
The day. Well, it depends what kind of tour it is. If it's a American tour, you're in a bus. No, actually, it depends if you're on a bus. Bus tours are great because I used to treat each hour in bed as like you'd need 2 hours in a bunk for every normal hour in a bed. That's what was going in my head. So I would think nothing of having sort of 16 hours sleep because basically you couldn't sleep. So you were just always waking up. So I'd get up really late, go to catering, get coffee, bacon sandwich. I mean, honestly, do you really want to hear this?
Yeah,
okay.
We don't know. We haven't done this. You've
It
done
depends.
it loads.
Also,
I've not
if you're in
done
the
it.
UK, we toured really well in the UK, but then sometimes when you're in Europe, it wasn't as nice. And in America, it was just shit. So, why where? What? Why America? Well, because we didn't play so the touring gets better the more people you play in front of. So we'd always look at Coldplay and we go, fucking hell, look, they're getting look at them with the plane. They're just flying everywhere. And so if you're in America and we're playing to like maybe 2,000 people a night, or even like less, like 1,000 or even 500, you don't get catering. That's the main thing. You don't get any catering. So you get out of your bus. If you're on a bus, you might be in a van. And then you've got to hunt for food. And then you've got to discover where the showers are. We used to get like a piece of paper when we get up at festivals, there'd be a piece of paper on the tour bus like this, on the table. And
Paper.
and it would just say, it would instruct us exactly what to do.
Wow.
Step off the bus, walk, turn left, showers are here,
So
food is here.
You didn't have
We were
any
pathetic.
autonomy, or you couldn't be out, popping out and seeing the local cultural highlights.
Usually not, but sometimes I would go and I got into a phase of like if we're in Europe, I'd try and find, and this is true, it makes me sound pretty high end, but I would try and find an art museum.
Lovely.
Because I found it very soothing amongst all the craziness. And if they had a Van Gogh, I would stand and stare at it. It's true that. Sounds romantic, but it's I'm made up.
Did you see other bands go off the rails in touring? I can imagine that sort of life would become very difficult. Did you ever see sort of an uglier side of it, either in your own band or with others?
Yeah, let's think. Uglier side. I mean, let's think. It's gone silent now. I am thinking really deeply. In our band, it was okay. It was good. There was a certain amount of drinking, which would get to a boring level where it would become annoying. What else? Other bands, I think we were quite good, really.
Yeah.
We were quite good. We'd always be there on time. We never missed a gig. We never were pissed when we went on stage, really. I never drank, actually, before a gig. I did that when we were in Parva, the band before, and we always did that. And I thought, oh my God, this is so cool. Like, you just get really drunk and then you go on stage. And it turned out it was really a bad idea because the terrible things go wrong. Like, I remember Ricky once fell into my drum kit because he was so drunk. And I was so drunk that it was like, I don't know, we just couldn't put the drums back together. And I actually, seriously, have dreams about this still. And so after that, we never drank. Well, I didn't.
It was very much like a job of good Yorkshire work ethic, maybe. Would you say that?
We were dead professional. We never didn't give 100% on stage, especially Ricky, who gave everything. Even if he was feeling terrible, he would always conjure it up from somewhere. So we were always really good. And then you'd see other bands that were maybe cancelled, and maybe that was like a bit old-fashioned as well, because Oasis would do that, wouldn't they? They'd like cancel because they were pissed, basically, or out of their minds on drugs. And
well, it is sort of part of it, isn't it? On paper, you think of like that rock and roll lifestyle, but in reality, you know, there's a lot of money wrapped up in touring and gigs, I should imagine. So they're not necessarily good bedfellows.
No, we didn't really. No, we were never at home, so we never thought that we couldn't really sort of. It wasn't like we'd go away for 5 days and we could fucking go mental, and then we had 3 weeks at home just doing nothing. We were out for months, and so we were like, if we just get pissed every night, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah. And
so we had alcohol-free beer on our rider, which was, I think, was for me only like, and so like maybe twice a week I would have alcohol-free beer.
Yeah.
But actually, my favorite thing of whole of gig days was because I didn't drink before the gig. I would have literally there'd be somebody at the side of the stage with a pint like that at the end of the gig, and I would have it, and it was the best
So you'd leave
pint.
the drum kit, collect the beer, walk away.
It's very exciting for me. That
I can imagine that.
It's very nice.
Can I? There's one down there later on when we finish this. That'd be really nice. What was the songwriting process like within the band? You are responsible for some chuffing massive indie hits, which you've created with the band. Talk me through the songwriting process. Who does what?
It's interesting. Basically, it starts with millions of ideas and it gets filtered into not very many. And so I've just been, I mentioned earlier, I think I've mentioned this to everyone I've spoken to today, but I'm doing a best man speech for a friend who used to be the singer in our band millions of years ago. And I cannot find the demo, because if I find the demo, I can play it and everyone will laugh and think it's great. Okay. But I can't find it, but I have found everything else. So I've got millions and millions and millions of recordings. So I've heard today, I've come back to Leeds and I've been in the loft, found tapes, and it's just literally us playing, arguing, talking, laughing. We do that. We go in 3 times a week, we play. But I've also got millions of tapes of me and mini discs as well, constantly recording, all like pretty much when I'm not in rehearsal, I would just be recording, playing guitar, and I just play the guitar and piano all day, all the time, watching TV, playing the guitar, trying really hard to come up with something that was good. And then the hardest bit of writing songs like that is when you go into the band and you play it and you just hope that they like it. So I found a tape of Simon earlier. This is from 25 years ago. Well, 20 years ago. What day is it? No, yeah, like 25 years ago. Simon, I've heard this today for the first time and since, of him just going, nah, I don't really like it. I don't think that's going to work. And this is okay. The riff, he said, the riff, if you can call it that, is good. But the rest of it, I don't see going anywhere. And that was like, so the process was just basically pushing. It was a push. It was a great push. And it was good for me because I would come up with like the beginnings of the songs, take them to the rehearsal room, and then try and push them through. And if they didn't get through, which was like majority, and it was usually because they were shit. And the song that Simon was talking about on this tape that I heard was shit.
Oh, damn it.
And
I
so-
thought you were going to say, was
No.
I Predict a Riot, ladies and gentlemen?
I remember some
It was
resistance to that at the time, but not from Simon.
Mm. So
But
you
Simon,
were
when I
reco-
played in the chorus of I Predict a Riot, no, not when I played it, but when we first played the song, my phone's ringing. I don't want that to ring. When we first played the song, and we like, I'd taken it in, we would the I Predict a Riot chorus, and then we played it the first time. Simon clapped. Now, if you know what Simon's like, because I know this guy here, Adam down there, he knows what Simon's like, because Simon manages Waxworks. He's savage. And so it's hard to get. So when he claps,
Wow.
I Predict a Riot, I was like,
Here we go. Strap yourself in. This is it.
Done it.
Yeah, amazing. And so you're recording all these rehearsals. Do you listen to them? Like
sometimes, yeah, I've got like a big bag of mini discs. I've got hours, maybe 200 hours.
But did you listen to them at the time?
Did I listen to them? Yeah,
Yeah.
all the time. So I'd go into rehearsal, listen to everything back. So my advice back then to bands, they used to say like any advice. We'd do something, I can't remember, an interview or something. And they'd say, what advice for bands? And I say, record everything. And I think it's different now because people have Logic and they record it as though they're recording, producing a song. But you've got to get past all the shit to get the song that you are actually gonna produce. So it takes I mean, I think I've got this bag and it's got 200 mini discs. And each one's got 70 odd minutes full. Anyone can do maths. It's a lot of hours.
Yeah.
And there's about 10 songs in there.
Right. Because I mean, from my point of view, when I do my reports for telly, making them is easy, but going and watching them back can sometimes be a bit intimidating. You think, oh God, what if I've messed it up? Or you know, is there an element of that? It's difficult to listen back in case it's not good.
No, not band rehearsals, but I mean, I wouldn't listen to a gig back.
Mm.
I would never, and I wouldn't really listen to like an album. I didn't listen to our first album for 12 years.
Really?
And then I listened to it and I liked it, but it took that long to actually.
Wow.
We recorded it, and then I know it's done. Once it's done, you can't change it. And
Now then, I'm sure you've been asked about this a lot, but at what point did you realise you didn't want to be in this band that you'd spent years building?
at what point? Oh, it was quite. I always remember saying I only wanted to do one album, and then we even talked about changing our name, which was kind of stupid, but. So I only wanted to do one album, really. I didn't really. I used to say that. I didn't really. I always thought we'd do more. But the third, I loved the first three. The fourth one, by the time the fourth one came along, my dad was really ill and it was really bad. And I just sort of had a different perception of what being in a band meant to what the rest of life meant. And so I wasn't really, after the third album, I didn't really kind of think about writing another album. And then Ricky came in to my studio with Ollie and told me this idea he'd had for the album Choose Your Own. So our fourth album was this weird internet-based choose your own playlist, pay what you like, kind of weird, let's mess with the music industry, kind of whatever it was, website. And it was really odd. But it really gave me this amazing impetus to do something. I had this idea, okay, we're not just going to write an album, record the album, go on the tour, the same tour that we've done the last two albums, which is UK, Europe, Australia, Japan, America, the same places, same venues, same faces, even when you get there. I wanted to do something different. So this was amazing. I thought, yeah, get into this. So around before that, I was thinking, the band, I don't think we'll do another album. And then we did that fourth album. Then my dad died and I just didn't want to do it at all.
Yeah, it was time. So how hard was it at that point to leave?
How hard? I told everyone in 2011, I wanted to split the whole thing up. But, so I basically had a year of touring because we had it all booked. So when 2011 to the whole 12 months of touring, knowing that at the end of it, I wasn't going to be in it. It was rubbish.
Yeah. And did they all know as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was not a good year. But after that, I was counting the days, and after when it finished and I got home after it, I was like, cut my hair. Like there's a thing that the first thing I did was cut my hair, because also it's really,
like a
really stressful.
breakup. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
And my friend said, "Oh, it's your divorce cut."
Yeah.
And
we've all been there, but not with a
Yeah,
multi-platinum band, but
but after I think so. Yeah, I'd been in the band doing the same with the same, mainly the same people, trying so hard to get songs, from 97 to 2012, which is 15 years. And it takes a real massive toll on you, because you can't think of it. It took me 6 months. My stomach was in bits, like totally like anxious stomach. And it took me about maybe 3 months for it to just relax. My shoulders went down. Because I'd wake up in the morning, there'd be like 60 emails.
Yeah.
And then there'd be another 60 once you've replied. And it was just too hectic, and I didn't like it, and I wanted to do something else.
It was nearly 10 years ago. It was 2012. It sounds like it was the right decision, but do you have any regrets about leaving?
I don't have any regrets, but I do. And since lockdown, I do miss. Well, what I miss is the project. I love, because that was my life. It was the project. So I'd write a song. It was for the Kaiser Chiefs. And now I've spent the last few years writing for other people, and you don't get that same feeling of it's a project. You don't feel like you are gonna. It doesn't mean as much. So you could work with someone, you write one song, and then you never see them again. But the song might come out, but it doesn't mean anything. And so at first, that was exactly what I wanted. I loved it. And then when the lockdown happened, I was just suddenly like, oh, I wish I could write for the band again. I wish I could do that. And or at least something that was a whole, as opposed to like just this day do that, this day do that.
Like a job, I suppose. You did a job on the other ones, and
Yeah,
there was your life.
Yeah.
Well, now that we've got to the point where you've left the band, let's have a look at modern times, modern Nick. You've blossomed. You've worked with huge names, including Dua Lipa, Mark Ronson, Shirley Bassey. I mean, blimey. How did that happen? What's Dua Lipa like?
That was right before she got, in fact, hang on. Dua Lipa, yeah, so she came into, so let me think. She was unsigned. And I had this manager, and they said, come work with Dua Lipa. And I thought, okay, cool. Oh, I had a friend actually who'd written a song. Do you know Hotter Than Hell?
Oh, yeah.
He'd written that, and he wanted to do some more. So she came to my studio, and I've seen the photographs today, because again, I'm digging for photographs for this Best Man speech. It's the perfect day for it. So I'd seen this picture of her. She's got this jacket on, leather jacket that says Dua fucking Lipa on the back, and she's like 6 foot tall.
Crikey.
And
my mum wouldn't like it if I had Kathy fucking Booth on my top.
You should do
I wouldn't
that.
be allowed to wear it at work. Good
You
Lord.
should. And she was totally
What a
different.
punk.
She
That's
was
amazing.
a total party girl, really, and just she was amazing though. She was the best person I'd worked with.
Very, very talented lady, isn't she?
Yeah. We went to the sandwich shop, and everyone would stare. Not that they knew her, but she was just like,
wow. And your solo album, Tell Your Friends, has a very nostalgic sound and aesthetic. Tell me about that. Why so nostalgic?
oh, it wasn't on purpose. I actually think the reason was because I did it in my studio, and all the instruments that I've got are really old. And so I just collected like lots of different instruments over the years. And so the drums are from the 70s, and the guitars are from the 60s, and the bass and stuff. And I guess I just went there. I didn't go, okay, I'm going to do this. But I think I followed my instincts. So I think when I first got into writing music, it was definitely Beatles inspired. And again, I listened to a demo today because I'm looking for this Best Man speech. Do you remember? And I found a really early run through of a set from Runston Parva. That was the band before Parva, but it was Ricky and me and Whitey, the guitarist, and the songs are so Beatlesy, and Ricky was singing like this, and it was all like psychedelic, and so I think that's my natural place to be. And I think we went away from that. So we went to Runston Park, where we're all like 60s and psychedelic and weird. Then we went away because we tried to do this garage rock thing, and then when we came back to one of the first songs we wrote with Kaiser Chiefs was "Oh My God," which I think is really psychedelic and 60s, and weird. So I think that's like my happy place.
Yeah.
60s psychedelic.
You co-wrote "Feels Like Summer" for the Shaun the Sheep
Again,
movie.
60s.
Yeah. I mean, that is an absolute bop, isn't it? I love that song. Does Shaun keep in touch?
Shaun the Sheep, no.
What a dickhead.
But do you know what? It's so weird. It's because I'm not making this up. I saw a photograph today because I wrote it with the guy from Ash, and I saw a photograph of him today in the studio playing the guitar for it. I'm going to stop going on about this best man speech.
Oh,
Maybe I'll anyway.
So you're a dad now.
Yeah.
Is your child interested in your career and your work?
No, I keep showing her, like, I go on YouTube and I say, look, it's Daddy. And then she goes, is this Daddy? As she points to Ricky. I say, no. I'm the guy at the back with the cool hair. She's like, and then Whitey will come on. There'll be a screen of Whitey and she'll go, is that Daddy? Yeah.
Oh, dear.
And yeah, I keep wanting to. Yeah, I think I'm a real needy, and like when I was a kid, I was like a real show kind of. I could have been in like, that kind of jazz hands kid. So I'm even needy to my own 3-year-old child, going, look, what do you think of this? Do you like me? She's like, no. Is that Daddy?
Now then, let's get to a little bit about the music industry. That's something I believe everybody's interested in. So many bands and artists get attention from labels. Thinking back to our time back in the day, there was a lot of it around, but it comes to very little for so many of them. At what point did you realise that it was happening for the Kaiser Chiefs? And why do you think that was?
Well, one thing I think is, I don't know whether it's, one thing I always think is a really good thing is in terms of advances, we had a really low advance. We had one offer and we had a low advance. And a lot of bands around got really, really high advances and they didn't make an album. Or they did make an album, but it didn't come out. Or maybe they get dropped on the day it comes out. I've heard of this.
Did that happen?
Yeah, because it's like their obligation, the record company's obligation is fulfilled. The album is out. But also, guess what? I've seen that happen, yeah.
That's brutal, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who?
Ireland. I'm joking. I don't know actually, but that does happen. No, I know, I won't say who, but I do know someone. It was a second album that happened. But yeah, take as little as you can. We didn't have a choice. It wasn't like, hey, can you offer us less? It was, can you offer us more? But they didn't.
Sorry. No, I was just going to say, talk me through your experiences with the music industry, because if you're not in it, you don't know. I imagine like music executives and like vices and things like that. What's it like?
They're strange characters, really. I'll give you an example of what they're like. I won't name any names, but the other day I was somewhere and I bumped into this person who is a major industry person, and I was with my daughter. This is what he did. He went like this. Get my phone out for this. He was talking to my 3-year-old daughter, and he was like, "So, how old are you?" Right. Okay. He's just emailing to her. How old are you? And I was like, it's a perfect example of nobody really got that, did they?
I got the impression
Simon's laughing.
He's not a people person, is he?
Well, what it is
I've done unconscious bias there.
It's an interesting.
Are they? I didn't know it was a man. Or did you say it was a man?
I don't know. Maybe I said a guy.
Apologies if there was unconscious bias.
But
there.
my point is that they're a funny bunch, the industry. But you need them, unfortunately.
Is that still the case? Because things have changed, since the Kaiser Chiefs
Yeah.
started. This is a completely different industry now. To what extent do you need those executives?
I don't know. I'd like to know from younger people, really. I do think it does help. Okay, example of why it helps is that if you get assigned to a major, say Columbia, and your album's coming out, Radio 1 are more likely to at least listen to it and more likely to playlist it. Or not Six Music, but Radio 1, yeah. Because of I think it comes with a certain badge of, oh, okay, this must be good. But then in the alternative world, I don't think it really matters that much, because if you've got a good song and you've got a good vibe and a good feel, it can get onto Six Music. They don't seem to have that same. I mean, they're not interested in what label the band is on, I don't think. In fact, it probably works against them if they're on a major label.
I mean, as an employee of the BBC myself, I'm delighted to hear you referencing the BBC radio stations. But I mean, are they still as important, or can it be done?
Radio.
The main radio stations, or can it be done, through social media, online?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I mean, I'm always surprised when I see somebody on Spotify who's got like 500 million streams, and it's someone who I may have heard the name of, but I haven't heard the songs. And I just think there's a whole ecosystem of sort of things I'm just not on board with.
Yeah. It might be the stuff that, we were listening to it in nightclubs in the noughties. Maybe it's just all online now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, because I didn't go to Radio 1 and think, okay, I'm going to find my new favorite band. Okay, Steps. But I would like to know what people's experiences are now of like how important they think radio is and how important they think major labels are. I do think labels are good because they do take. I mean, I've just produced this band called Pre-Skate, who are from Driffield.
Oh, nice.
And they're signed to this label, Lucky Number, who are an indie label. But what they've done is so good. It's just an amazing job they've done. So passionate, so into it. They've put a lot of money and time into it to try and push it to radio and press and playlist as well, really important. And they're doing really well. And I think if the band released it themselves, they get overwhelmed. I released my own record on my own label, and I was the only person involved. I was the only one, and I hated it because I was totally overwhelmed with. There's a whole load of admin stuff, such as like ISRC numbers and all the stuff you got no interest in, but you need to do, or else nothing will happen. And then you've got all the promotion. And so if you've got an actual team of people who know how to do it, they've been doing it for 10, 20 years, they've got power, they've got some muscle. And major labels have got more muscle than tiny labels. But ultimately, it's down to songs.
Yeah.
It always has been and it always will be, I think.
You had your own label for a time, didn't you? Birthday Records.
Yeah.
What was that like being on the other
Expensive.
side?
And again, no fun. For me personally, I like to make music. And when it comes to I'm the worst marketing person. I'm not very good at it. I'm not very good at it. So
how does streaming revenue work? Do you still get a good income from the Kaiser Chiefs tracks? And what about other songs that you've sort of had a co-writing credit for? How does that all work?
Well, publishing is the worst way of making money out of streaming, unfortunately. And most of my stuff is through publishing. I suppose, the Kaiser Chiefs stuff is performance as well. So it's record label based. So yeah, I still get some for that. But songs that you co-write, it's a really weird world. I don't know how people can start out. It's a real hard word. It's hard to do that if you're just the writer, because you split it with however many people have written it. Then the publisher gets less. The publishing company gets less than the record company, and so the publisher then has to split it between. And so there's not much left for writers, which is why I think the more recent sort of government, the what's it called? Yes, broken record, all that, yeah. And the government, they're trying to change it, basically. They did a whole... The streaming inquiry, thank you. The streaming inquiry is great. I'm all about that, because I think what happened was right at the beginning, when no one realized how big Spotify was going to be, the record companies did a great deal and the publishers did a really bad deal. And so somehow we need to balance it so that it's a bit more equal. Record companies love it. It's amazing, because like all the records that they put out 45 years ago, they don't have to reissue them or anything. It's just coming in every day, the money.
And
lovely stuff.
Is, touring and merch more of a revenue stream than record plays these days? Is that?
Yeah, I think so. Touring is the best, I think. Yeah. Makes, which is why, I don't know, touring kind of lifted off massively, I think, after sort of like, I think touring's, well, let's forget COVID, but touring's the biggest it's ever been, ever.
I always feel a bit disappointed when you have to go to a gig and it's massive.
Yeah.
I like little gigs, but anyway.
I like going to little gigs.
Yeah, they're lovely, aren't they?
Yeah.
Live at Leeds at the weekend. That'll be loads of little gigs. Now then, what advice do you have for people trying to make it in the music industry who
Forget
may
about
be
it.
in this room?
Don't bother. What advice?
Yeah.
To make, in what way? In creative or in the...
Oh, I don't know.
In the...
How the hell do you get your foot in the door in any industry? I
Um,
mean, if you say as a producer and
As a
say
producer.
as an artist yourself.
Well, people ask me sometimes, they go, I want to write, I want to be a writer, and they send me stuff and I want to be a writer. And I think the best thing, if you, like, it's exactly what, the only reason I'm a writer is because I started a band and we played and we got famous and I'm a writer. But if you take out the band stuff, I can't just say I'm a writer and just start from nowhere. So I think it's about not starting from nowhere and going, okay, I'm going to be just a writer. I think you've got to prove yourself, and you've got to go, if you can't sing, then you find someone that can sing. And if you just want to write and you don't want to be in the band, and if you want to produce, find people who are, go and be, I mean, do you know, I think BBC Introducing is the greatest thing.
It's bob on, isn't it?
It's amazing.
It's really good.
I found so much stuff on that I love, and people I want to work with, and people I do work with, all because of Introducing. So I think if you were starting out, you hear someone introducing, you listen to it religiously every Saturday or on iPlayer, and you find someone you like the sound of, you get in touch with
Sorry,
them.
Nick, the confetti cannon's gone off early.
fuck.
Can we save this for the end, please?
That was it.
I think we're almost at time, but does anybody in the room have any questions? Raise your hand if you do.
Just make one up.
People just send you stuff for you to listen to.
Yeah. Do you want to know how to do it?
Yes.
Let's try and remember. I've got an email address that's newmusic@predictionmusic.com. So I've got a publishing company called Prediction Music.
That sounded like you made that up, but that's true, isn't it?
Sometimes I have to delve into my mind to shuffle all the other stuff away and go and find actual information. So I've got a publishing company called Prediction Music. So that's that. Oh, you're welcome.
Anybody else? Any questions? Oh, this lady here.
So what would be like your best advice for a new band starting out, getting gigs outside of their local scene, like in different cities and stuff?
Right. I'm just trying to think what our experience was. So I think it's important to just do as many gigs as you can. Yeah, because you don't want to wear out your city. I remember thinking that you only want to do like one a month, really, in your own place, because you've got like 150 friends. Well, you haven't got 150 friends, but you might have 150 people that might come and see. Well, actually, that's too many. What am I talking about? You probably got about 25 people that might come and see you. And then you've got, maybe they've got a friend. You know, you don't want to exhaust them. Okay, so then try to get out of the city to do other gigs. I think what we did was we didn't want to go Manchester or Sheffield or anything like that. We just thought London. I don't know why. We spent so much time on the M1. It never helped us. But we used to just, it was a good experience though. So I would just say, don't worry about how good the gig is, how many people are going to be, how far away it is. Just get there, try it. Because there's so many ways in with, like, if I was a band now, I'd probably just be on Instagram following bands, see who they follow. You know, like they might invite you to do a gig because they like your stuff. Chat to people on, you know, just Instagram and find promoters. They might follow a promoter that they've just done a gig with, and you follow them, and then you chat with them, blah, 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 blah. And then suddenly they're inviting you to do a gig in Sheffield. I think that's my only advice.
Anybody else? Any other questions?
Were you always like producing when you were in the band, or have you sort of just got into that afterwards?
Yeah, our first demos were done by me and Peanut, who's the keyboard player in the band, and we were just finding our way really. I think we used Logic. I think we started with Cubase actually, and we'd record the stuff. We borrowed mics. It was just like we didn't know how to do it, but you just did it until it sounded any good, and then yeah, we made the demos, the first 3 songs. So we were always producing then, and then just like producing on the sidelines, but not really producing the band. Like, you know, just like at home, just creating, doing whatever. And then gradually, I think I did a few songs for the band on the 4th album.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Simon Ricks.
Simon Ricks.
Well, he said, do you know any excellent podcasts about people's journeys in the industry? Well, I have. Yeah, I did in lockdown. I did do a podcast called "Do You Know How Many Bands There Are?" And there's 10 amazing episodes available now. And
like and subscribe. Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe. Smash that like button. And yeah, there should be a thing underneath here.
There was another question somewhere. Yes.
Yeah, as an artist, like, what's your sort of like breakdown in terms of like your revenue? Does it come more from like streaming or like touring, or like which sort of areas is like best sort of focus on?
Currently, it's a good question because I don't really know. I think back in the yeah. It's different from what it was when we were just starting the band and you know, the first album and stuff. It was about sales and it was about touring. Now, I actually think Simon Ricks would probably be able to answer this question better because he probably knows more about touring. There you go. But as a writer now, for me personally, who doesn't tour, it's actually old songs that do the most biz. I'm sorry to say. Although I did have a song last year that streamed really well, but I don't know how much has come in from that yet. Probably about, well, I could probably count it on my hands.
Sorry, just another quick question. So say if you're putting it onto like streaming platforms, what would be the best way to sort of like push the music out there? Like how would you go about like pushing a song? Like what would you do to make it so people actually listen to it?
Oh, it's hard, isn't it? Because I think people get tired of your, like, say if you just keep hammering, "Hey, is Many a Single" on your socials. I actually know there's a brilliant YouTube channel called Burstimo. Do you know that? Check out Burstimo because they answer all these questions a lot better than I do. They, I think they come out like once a week. They seem to know everything about streaming, everything about publishing, and everything that you need to know these days about how to promote, how to release, and all this sort of thing. And so I think their biggest at the moment, the thing that they're talking about promoting is TikTok. And apparently it's the only platform that you can keep banging on about yourself and no one cares. So you can talk about your single release 10 times a day and it's fine, apparently. I don't know, because I don't do it. But I think if you're on Twitter and you're on Instagram doing the same thing, hey, listen to my single, people are just going to start unfollowing you. That's my advice.
Thank you. Anybody else? Oh. Yeah. Last question, this one. So get your hands ready for a little bit of applause. Here we go. What's your question?
Getting ready.
So I've been in a few bands myself that have kind of fallen through, and I've got a few friends who've been in bands who've also not lasted very long. So my question would be, for any new starting out bands, what would be your advice on how not to kind of, like, how would you stay together, kind of thing?
It's a good question.
That's a good question.
How to stay together? I think. Pardon? For a band, yeah. Well, I think you'll have to like each other to a certain degree. Although I have been in band, since the band, I've done like solo band, and it was pretty much strangers, and that was nice as well. But like with my band, with Kite Chiefs, 3 of us were in the same class when we were 11, so we knew each other pretty well. Me and Simon knew each other really well because we were like best friends at school. So I think that goes a long way. But I think I really don't know why some bands keep going and some bands just break up. I'll talk about the best man speech again, actually. The guy that I'm going to be the best man for, he was the singer in our band, and that did not last at all because we just did not click. So we never did a gig. We did a demo I'm searching for. We never did a gig, and it didn't work because we just didn't click musically in the band, whatever it was. It just didn't work. And there's various people that have been in the band that I've been in that you just know aren't going to last. And I think it's just about personality, really, and desire. Some people left the band, various states of our band. I think you always have to have one person who's insane about how much they believe in it. And if you get 2 people who are insane about how much they believe, then that's even better. And 3, it's unbelievable. It's probably the limit. The other 2 are just like that.
They're just filler.
The other 2 are I think the other 2 are like, well, if they think it's going to work, then I can't leave.
Yeah. Maybe you've not just found the right band yet.
Yeah, maybe it's just finding the right people. But you'll know when you'll know.
That's all we've got time for. That's been right good. I've enjoyed that.
Brilliant.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Hodgson.
Kathy Boo.
Hey. Like and subscribe.
Thanks to everyone for coming today. Just give me a second. Thanks for everyone for coming and enjoying the day. In a minute, we're going to have networking drinks in the bar downstairs. If you see some of our team, they've given away drinks tokens that you can redeem for a free drink at the bar downstairs from now on. Just like it was amazing to hear some of the questions from people throughout today. And I just would remind you that through the Launchpad website, there's quite a lot of resources there. There's like bookable slots that you can do every 2 weeks with the team to ask a lot of those questions. Some questions there about building like buzz around releases and stuff. We're actually starting a whole series of events like this, not all as big as this. We've got an event in Hull next week, and in 2 weeks' time we're in Bradford with a panel called Building a Buzz and a panel called Getting Release Ready. So those of you looking to release your music, there's something happening in Bradford 2 weeks tomorrow that pretty much hits that exactly. So that's all shared on the Launchpad channels as well. Thanks a lot. Thanks to all our speakers. Thanks to our sponsors, BPI, and our funders, Youth Music, Arts Council England, the Talent Development Partnership through PRS Foundation, sponsored by PPL, Arts at Leeds, Leeds City Council, Leeds 2023. I'll probably missed someone. Kicker, Yorkshire Music Forum. Have a good night, everyone. Oh, yeah, and don't forget, we've got the Yorkshire Music Forum showcase tonight with 3 bands, with Faux Pas, with Pleasure Centre, with Fuzz Lightyear. You are all eligible for free entry to that to show your wristbands. That's going to be kicking off about 7:30. Thanks. See you next time.